So yeah, I want to get back into streaming, but oh jeez, yeah, it's tough. It's really tough.
Yeah.
And also, so I did a little prep work on Monday for the stream because I knew I was going to do a development stream, and I knew what I wanted to
Ooh,
do
one
was
sec here.
oh oh
I had to mute the video.
I knew what I wanted to stream was development, and I knew that I wanted to stream like getting a machine up and running and the whole process I do. So I was getting the prep work and stuff done, and then Tuesday I was going to really go through and make sure everything was good. But instead, guess what I had to do?
Yeah.
I had to get a new water heater installed
Oh,
yesterday. My water heater died. Just died. I took a shower on Sunday, which was mysterious. Like, I had the water all the way over to hot, right? So the nozzle was all the way over to hot, and it was barely like lukewarm. Needless to say, I had a fast shower on Sunday, but I had just done some laundry, right? So in my mind, I'm thinking, well, maybe the laundry sucked it dry, and I didn't have any. And so I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna let that slide. And then Monday, so that was Sunday. Monday, I go into the kitchen. So the hot water heater had sat like all night and most of the day. I go into the kitchen to clean the kitchen and had the hot water in the kitchen on full hot. And same thing, just barely lukewarm. And I'm like, just damn it. Shit. Every
yeah.
year
Oof.
since I moved in here, every year something breaks on me. Every single year. The first year was my washer and dryer, and I could just go through the list of all the shit that has broken, but it's guaranteed every year something breaks on me. And this year was the water heater. So yeah, I've got a brand new water heater. Needless to say, yeah, it was a whole ordeal yesterday. The city had to come by and turn the water off to the entire building complex.
Oh man, because yeah, you needed to swap that out, and it's not
Right,
individualized.
the valve, there was a valve, there was a screw valve coming into the unit. There was a screw valve, but it was broke. Like it went down like halfway and that was it. So there was no way to cut the water off to the unit that they could detach the water, like they could detach the water heater, right? You have to be able to turn the water off.
Yeah.
An uninterrupted tube of water coming out of the city is not a good idea to have. And so yeah, I had to call like the manager of the place. He had to call the city. The city guy called me and was like, all right, I'm ready to turn it off. And like I had 3 plumbers here, and they had did all the prep work. So the guy turned the thing off at the curbside, and they replaced the valve to a ball valve, which is the one with the lever. So you have the lever one that is like, it's either parallel with the pipe or it's perpendicular to the pipe, That's a ball valve. I learned a lot of shit about plumbing yesterday. A lot. Because these guys were really nice and talkative, and but yeah, new water heater, and needless to say, I've never experienced better hot water in my life. That hot water heater is pumping out some hot water, boy. I thought I had hot water before. No, my ancient water heater that was next to death was not pushing out the hot water like I thought it was. Like I thought it was working fine, but no. It was barely functional before, and now now it's go time. Yeah, it's glorious. But
Nice.
so that was my day yesterday. I got almost no coding done at all. But let's see. What we're gonna work on today, as far as vintage engineering, is the CNC. So on Monday, I prepped the shape file, and we are going to be using the clay former from QP Tech, because again, Quentin has given me permission to use QP Tech assets, which is it's been a lifesaver. But here's the CNC. I did edit it. Oh, we've got a purpley texture in there. That's not good. Where is the top? There it is. And base. Why is this? Is that not the? That has to be the face that I'm talking about here. What is going on here? Oh, I'm looking at the up, not the down. Let's go to down and go there. There we go. That works. Make sure it's all good, and then we just save it. So yeah, I did edit it. Here's the wire connector. So I add, whenever I have a QP Tech machine, I add a little wire pip there, and it does have an animation. So it has a little thing. Not that it doesn't much, but I make sure the animation is named right, or at least name consistent, right? I want the name and the code to be the exact same thing. Which is your first sort of design precedent. Like, just name and code the same thing. That way there's zero hiccup. But yeah, I recolored it a little bit. I added the iron bars for iron here, because literally everything on this machine was this copper tin bronzy look, and I'm like, Jesus, like that it was too much. Plus, all of the textures were all mapped badly. It's like Quentin built the shape, put the textures in, and then just moved on. He didn't actually make sure that the textures were looking right. Either that or it was lost in translation, which, that could have been it too. But anyway, so that is going to be the shape. Not that it matters. That is just the prettiness of it. The shape really doesn't matter much. So let's see. Now it's time to code. So we have the shape done. Let's check the JSON. So the shape and the JSON are the two things I do first. If the shape is, if I don't have a shape, then I have a generic shape, or I do something simple. But yeah, the shape and the JSON, because the JSON informs the code, right? I can put stuff in the JSON, like variables, and I can then load them into code and use them. For example, we look at the new CNC. The CNC, VE CNC, which has, obviously, it's basically just like all of my other blocks. I basically copy and paste another machine and make this thing and then customize it with the new name and stuff. We don't have an entity class yet, so it's just gonna stay that VE electric block. That's the generic block that almost all of my machines are. The LV generator isn't, because it has a custom block. Because the LV generator can actually power adjacent machines without any wires, which requires a custom block. But everything else, shape. Obviously, I want the shape to be in here. Let's just verify that is indeed the name of the shape. Indeed, there it is, CNC. And then the rotate is just when you place it on the ground, it automatically orients itself to whatever you're facing. So that's what the rotations do. So if you have any questions, this is why I stream. And I'm going to be streaming development of this every Wednesday. So if you miss a stream, or if you watch it after the fact and you have a bunch of questions, just know that I'm going to be streaming on Wednesdays, and we're going to be streaming development, and that is the time to ask technical questions regarding the API, so you can just, get some understanding of how everything works. All right. So one of the variables that I added in here is this right here. This is unique to this block or this machine. Power cost per input. What does that mean? In my mind, in my little brain space, I need to know, first of all, I need to define what this machine is. The CNC, which, if you're a machinist, you know what a CNC is, but it's a computer, what does it stand for? Computer numerical construction, or I forget what CNC stands for. Computer numerical something, I think. I'm not gonna Google it. I'm gonna OS it. No, I'm kidding.
I'm already.
He doesn't. You don't have to, but it's funny. I'm gonna OS the. I'm gonna OS that, but. So the CNC is essentially my version of the clay former. It's an automatic clay former, but it's also going to have a uniquely my functionality, because I wanted there to be tiers. Computer numerical control. Oh, excellent.
Yep.
I wanted there to be different tiers of AutoCrafter, because it just makes sense to me. If you have different tiers of power and different tiers of machines, it doesn't make sense that you would just have no AutoCrafter and then a super awesome super powerful AutoCrafter, right? Think of like RF Tools, the Crafter. The Crafter in RF Tools is crazy. It can do so much and so fast, and there's no in between. There's no AutoCrafter, and then there's that, and it's like, what? So basically, what the CNC is capable of doing is AutoCrafting things. And this version, this low LV tier, and the LV tier is obvious because power tier is LV on this one. This lower LV tier can do AutoCrafting, but only with one type of ingredient, right? Think of a clay former. That's what a clay former is. You're building things out of one ingredient, clay. And so I thought, you know what? Even, because we've used the QP Tech clay former. I know we have. There have been a few games in the past where I've gone through the whole QP Tech thing, and yeah, you feed it the way the QP Tech. Quentin did not like doing GUIs, so none of his machines had GUIs. All of my machines are having GUIs. Because I figured it out. I kind of cracked the code, and I figured out how to do them. And I have a huge amount of work in GUIs, so I want to utilize that. And so my CNC machine will be a clay former. You'll be able to build yourself a raw item out of clay. Let's say it's in Oss's case, it would be a crock, right? You would make a crock out of clay, but you wouldn't fire it. You would make it out of clay, and then you would put that raw clay crock into the machine, into the little slot that I'm going to show you in a second, right? And that raw clay crock stands as the sort of program for the clay former. That is the baseline functionality of this machine, is going to be duplicating that, because once I have that item, I can look at that item and I can do a lookup of the recipe, the clay forming recipe of that item. And I can determine how many little pips of clay there are in that item. And I can then look at the input and say, I need this much clay, right? Because each clay in the game, each clay that you have in your hand as you're clay forming, is 25 pips of clay when you're clay forming, right? Those little itty bitty squares. So a single piece of clay is 25 of those pips as you're building a thing. And then the clay forming recipe itself knows how many of those blocks there are. That's the pattern you build in the clay forming recipe. So it's pretty simple math to figure out, oh, I need 157 of these divided by 25, rounded up or down. It's your guys' choice. I'm going to leave it up to the audience whether we round that up or down. Because the very first piece, it's kind of asymmetric, because the very first piece of clay you put down is like way more clay, right? It's like a lot, like 96 clay or something like that. When you splat down the first one, the XY, I forget in the game how many voxels on X and Z you get when you splat down your first one, because 25 is just a 5x5 square. Full, right? 5x5 square of clay. That first splat you put down is bigger than a 5x5 square. So there's a little discrepancy there, but I know there's a mod. There's actually a mod that tries to even that out and make all clay give 35 instead of 25. Cat, you were just in my lap. Nothing has changed. This is going to be a thing today, isn't it?
Of course.
She got more excitement yesterday during the install of the hot water heater. That was more excitement than she's gotten in years since I moved here. Since I drove her in the car here, which she did not appreciate. Are you going to come up here, or are you just going to stare at me like a psychopath?
I think you know the answer to that one.
Thus far, yeah, it's swinging psychopath. Yeah. Yeah, if you weren't so damn cute, we'd be afraid of you. Yeah. So, knowing all of that, the primary function is going to be building the clay items. Well, I need to know how much power to use. Right? Let's say you put a crock in, and offhand, I don't know how much clay is in a crock. I just don't know how many little voxel pips are in a crock. But let me guess and say, let's guess and say like 50. It sounds like a lot. Crocks are not that big, but let's just say 50. Right? Well, then I know through the power of mathematics that that's 2 clay. Right? 25 divided, or 50 divided by 25 is 2. So there needs to be at least 2 clay inside the input to be able to finish the recipe. So that's another verification that I can do that's very, very easy. But I need to know how much power to consume and how long it's going to take. Right? How much power it consumes will dictate how long it takes, because the power per second value is here. So I need to know how much power that it takes. Well, an arbitrary clay forming recipe that is there's no power associated with that. So this value, power cost per input, is the amount of power that you're going to get multiplied by the number of voxel clay pips in the recipe. And I can tune this. This is why this is in JSON. None of my values are hard coded. They all can be tweaked. They all can be changed. Power cost per. Now this might seem high. This might seem high. But in the case of a crock, think about it. If there's 50 voxels in a crock, that means this 50 would be times 5, which would be 250 power. Right? And so it's 64 power per second. 250 divided by 64 is numbers. It's almost 4. right? So you're looking at less than 4 seconds to make a crock automatically in the machine. I think that's pretty fair. Because you just put the raw crock in the machine, you put a crap ton of clay, a stack of clay, and the thing would just spit crocks out. You just do it and walk away. Every 4 seconds, a crock is going to get spit out, right? You don't have to do any more clay forming. I think that's fair. Now, where it gets expensive and slow is when you do, like, if you've ever played with Maya mods, the mass ingot mold or the mass plate mold, those giant full block sized molds, that would be several thousand power to push out one of those, but it makes sense. It's huge. So those kinds of trade-offs. So I think 5 is a decent one if somebody ever wants to tune this to different values. But this is the multiplier for the number of things, and it also will apply to the second function of the machine, which is going to be a lot more work. And I don't know if I'm going to be doing it right away. I want to get the clay forming thing out first. And that's what we're going to work on today, is we're going to work on getting the machine plugged in and ready to go. Okay. Let's see. We have all of this ready to go. The CNC is all plugged in. The animatable, we have crafting anim code. This is why I named it craft in the editor. This is the code. This is the code that it plays when it's actually working and animating. So that is where that comes from. Okay. So JSON is good. That was a big tangent of JSON. Okay, so here we are in the code. This is the code for the GUI metal press, there's a reason why this is open. But if we go, there's one object I did finish yesterday, and that's the inventory. So all of my machines have a custom inventory. Okay, and there's a reason for that, but we'll go on that in a second. So the main reason is because you can have really strict control over what slots do what when you have your own inventory. If you do like a generic inventory, it's like, oh, this is just give me a couple slots, right? Give me a couple slots. They're just super generic. You have very little control over them. That's easy to manage. So an inventory is actually like a self-contained thing that you can have control over. Mainly the can contain, right? So can contain is a check to see if a slot in this inventory can contain something. Oh, there she's back. Yeah. So this is where you can control what can go where really specifically. It's how I control how molds can go in mold slots, but nothing else can go in there. Yeah, I hear the purrs. I hear them. But I don't know why you think I would just stop talking all of a sudden when I've been talking for the last 30 minutes. So, in here, I need to add another function because the VECNC program mold code, ignore the mold part of it. This inventory was initially copied from the metal press and then customized. Because there is a VECNC program item. We'll get into that in a bit. That's going to be an advanced, a far more advanced thing. I haven't quite solved that in my head how I want that to work. But anyway, So what this does is it grabs the first code part of an object, right? The thing that you want to put in, the source, which could be your mouse, right? When you're dragging stuff around with your mouse actually has an item slot on it. And that's where that thing is when you're holding something with the mouse, it's actually in a slot. It's just the mouse slot. Everything that holds something in the game is an item slot of some kind. Everything. So these little consistencies are helpful when you're coding. So we need to determine if something is a clay object, because not the program will be able to go in the program slot, which is slot ID 1. So 0 is the input, 1 is the program, and then 2 and 3 are going to be the outputs. 1 input, 2 outputs with a program slot. Well, right now, if we tried with this code, if we tried to put clay, a raw clay item, into that program slot, it would not take it. We wouldn't be able to even put it in. Because it would be not a VECNC program. So we need to add some secondary code in here to determine if it's a raw clay item. So if we look here, you can see this is VS Code. I have the directory, the vanilla directory open right in my workspace here. So I have all of the JSON for the game in here. So I can look up all the things, right? I can just pop in and cross-reference stuff, which is super, super helpful. So block types, there's a lot of the clay items that you make are actually blocks. So if we look at clay, bloomery, let's see, bowl. So you have bowls, bricks, brick slab. Well, I don't know if brick dash fire. Right. So what we're looking at is actually the word raw is it's pretty standard. Let's see. We look at bowl. Where are my variant groups? Raw, right here. So you have raw and fired. Raw and fired. So I can do this two ways. I could look to see if an object has the word raw in it, then allow it in that slot. I could look at the combustible props. If it had combustible props, then it might. Oh, see, yeah, that is not a good litmus test. The croc, again, raw. The only thing it doesn't account for is modders who break that tradition. Let's say a modder, instead of raw or burned, or raw or fired, is unfired and fired. Right? Then it wouldn't be raw. That would break the machine. You wouldn't be able to duplicate it because it wouldn't have the word raw in it. How do we want to do this? Oh, the purrs. The purrs are real. My lap is purring like crazy. And furry, Jesus, the fur is just billowing up. It's getting warm outside, so she has started to shed like crazy. I have to vacuum twice as often, which is to say, I'm going to have to vacuum. Crucible. I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to be like, since I have to land on something. I want to see if raw is in the name. That was my instinct. Is if raw is in the name. Now I haven't looked at all at bricklayers, because that would be the mod that would break. If Tells, I think, does bricklayers, if he broke from that tradition of raw, burned, or raw and fired. It's funny that the bowl is raw and fired, and almost everything else is burned, right? Even the molds. When you do like molds for your tool mold is burned. I don't know why. Because burned, they're not burned, they're fired. And here's a little tidbit. Look at that. Tool mode states axe, pickaxe, shovel, blah 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 blah. Commented out bullets. So there's a this is a vanilla file. This bullets was in here. I don't know how they commented out, because JSON doesn't really support comments. So it's weird that there's a comment in there, and it's weird that it works. JSON should not support comments.
Perhaps there's a newer version of JSON that has some capability.
Well, it must be custom code in the game system that ignores them, because when you mouse over it in VS Code, its comments are not permitted in JSON. And it's like, okay, and yet there it is. Okay, so, and yeah, here's another one. Tool mode burn bullets. Like, weird. Yeah. Maybe they have plans to put like basic firearms in the game.
Or it's just future proofing, like uranium.
Yeah, but I mean,
not future proofing, but mod, leaving it open for modders.
Well, but they wouldn't have to do this for modders. Modders, you could add this stuff without any problems with a mod. You wouldn't need to add it and then comment it out for a mod. Like, there's just no reason to do that. The only reason that they would do that is they intended to have it, and then whatever feature is not quite working. And then so they just commented out, so there wasn't a dead end thing. Because you're like, uranium is in the game, but it's not actually generated in the world. There's no ore generator for uranium in the files. All right, so I'm leaning towards just using raw as a way to determine if something is clay or not. Somebody would have to go through a ton of the a ton of like the bricklayer stuff to see if he breaks from that, if any of the, because he adds a myriad of new clays and porcelain and all that shit. And if he doesn't use the word raw, then there's a problem. But if we look at recipes, here's another option. Go out of block types, go to recipes, clay forming, right? Clay forming recipes. We could look to see, we could iterate through all the clay forming recipes and see if the thing they're trying to put in is listed as the output of any of these recipes. That's another option. That might be the smarter option. Because everything that is made with clay uses a clay forming recipe, I'm fairly certain. If we look at my stream mods, because I don't have bricklayers as part of my dev mods, because that would be crazy. Bricklayers, recipes, clay forming. Yeah, look at all of these recipes. Look at all of those, and then patterns, and then porcelain, bowl. Well, the only thing you can make out of porcelain is bowls. Jeez. But yeah, there's a lot of recipes. Cup, crock, bowl, four mug, vat base, large pot, mug, planter, sugar bowl. What is sugar bowl? So he does use raw, which is good. Okay. Let's do. So how would I iterate through all of these? This is one of the things I don't like about how vintage recipe systems work, is you literally have to iterate through everything, right? There's no shortcuts. So do I initialize new slot? Yeah, right in here. Base API. So I do initialize the API. Okay. Because the inventory, my instinct tells me the inventory would only be on the server, but you can't quite guarantee that, because there might be a shadow copy on the client that gets updated by the server. So in here then, let's see. API dot get clay forming recipes. List. What is it? Clay forming recipes. Clay recipes. Yeah, the API has fast ways of getting things. There's a get clay forming recipes. I think there's a get grid recipes, get alloy, like, yeah. There are little shortcuts that you can use to get those. So that is all the recipes. For int I equals 0, I is less than. Oh, I love the autocode. Well, most of the time. Sometimes it sucks, but most of the time it's actually pretty good at guessing what I want to do. So what this is going to do is iterate through all of the clay forming recipes in the game, all of them. And it's going to look at the output of each one and verify it to the item that you're holding in the source slot. So I want to compare the code path. Okay, so rather than do a for loop, I'm going to do a for each loop. For each clay forming recipe, CF in clay recipes. I don't know if there's like performance wise, if there's a massive difference, but the number of clay forming recipes is minuscule compared to like the number of blocks in the game, right? So it's not going to be tens of thousands of items. The number of clay forming recipes might be a few hundred, depending on how many variants of clay there is. Because remember, as I've said before in previous development streams, when you have a recipe that has wildcards, the game duplicates that recipe and creates separate recipes of all of the variants. So if you have a recipe that takes any metal, for example, right? If you have any metal ingot to make this this widget, then the recipe gets duplicated for every type of metal. So one recipe in JSON can become 15 recipes in the game, right? It just expands exponentially. So you have to be careful with wildcards. Okay, if CF dot, is there a resolved quantity layers, voxels, perfect. Although that's probably not voxels. I'm gonna have to debug this to figure out where my math goes, so I can multiply the right values. I don't have a napkin up here. It's not. Okay. Where's the output? Ingredients. Name enabled. Output. JSON item stack. That's your common output type. Output dot resolved item stack. Okay. Resolved item stack. That is when the recipes are all loaded in the game, they're resolved. So that takes the text of the ingredient or the output and it pushes it through the resolve function, and the resolve matches an item in the game to that code, right? So the resolved is actually the item stack. Collectible.code path. If cf.output.resolved.item.stack.collectible.code.path equals source slot dot item stack dot collectible dot code dot path. No, what was I doing? Oh yeah. I'm matching. So I'm iterating through all the correct clay recipes. I'm looking at the output of all the clay recipes. This is output of the clay recipe, which, if we pull up this, is this right here, right? So it takes, this is the code, right? That's the code, but that's text. That is meaningless. I need to map that to an actual item in the game, which is what this resolved item stack does. .collectible is the base. The collectible is the base object of both items and blocks. So if you don't know which one you're going to get, if it's possible, it's one or the other, right? If it's possible that you're going to make items, and then the next item you make is a block, you don't want to hard code this to an item or a block. Collectible is where you want to go. .code.path is the code is a big string, including the domain, right? So it would be, so like vintage engineering would be vintage, VINTENG, which is my code, colon, and then a big code. That is the code. The path is the code without the domain. It's just, what is that thing is the path. So I don't care about the domain. It could be any domain. It could be bricklayers. It could be whatever it is, right? I don't care about the domain. I just want the path. If this is equal, which means if we found something, that means the item that we're trying to put in the slot, the source slot, or the source slot is a code, is a clay object, right? It is a raw clay object made from a clay forming recipe. Then return true. Okay. Only if those are equal, because I want to make sure that the object that we're trying to put in there is a raw clay unfired thing. And that will bypass, essentially bypass the possible trouble you could get into with raw. If somebody chose to be like, oh, this is going to be unfired. It's like, why you would break from the way the game does it everywhere to be your own thing. I don't know why you would do that, but people do it all the time. They want to be like, oh, I'm gonna be unique.
Because I'm a rebel, man.
Yeah, it's literally gonna break every mod that requires that consistency. But hey, you do you. Okay, so that should enable that. Yes, it's going through all the clay recipes, but I mean, at most you might have a couple hundred, and this will iterate through, and it only gets called when you try to put something in that slot, right? It's not going to call it every frame. That would be ridiculously stupid. Okay. Let's see. Slots. Target slot equals. The get suitability, like, I know fundamentally sort of what it does, but I still haven't figured out how to do anything with it. All right. So the other thing we want to do in this inventory, I think I've already done it. So let's cover that really quick. When the inventory is created, right, which is the constructor, right? When the inventory is created, I generate the slots, right? This is the slots, gen empty slots. But then I say max slot size, max slot stack size. This is crazily alliterative, but it is what it is. What this does is it overrides that particular slot, slot 1, which is the program slot, and it makes it so only one item is able to be put in there. You can set this max slot stack size to any number you want. It doesn't even have to be the stack size of the item, right? The max, let's say you have a stack of 64. It doesn't even have to be 64. The default value for this is 999,000. That's the default value. So you can, and it's an integer. And I've gone through the code. There's no upper bounds on this. If you wanted your max slot stack size to be int max, you could. You could have int max amount of items in one stack. Which, when I saw that, I thought of the crate mod that we use, because I remember when I talked to the guy who did the crate mod, because I wanted to do the diamond crate upgrade, and it was almost possible, but he had to tweak his code just a little bit in order to allow outside add-ons to his mod, which he did graciously. But I remember talking to him about how it actually works behind the scenes. And he told me that he had to be very careful with how many items it stored, because each stack was its own stack. Right? Just like a chest. When you open a chest, all of the slots inside are all one stack items, right? And the way he coded his crate mod is, even if a crate holds 50,000 items, or whatever multiple of 2 that is, those are still individual stacks. He literally generates slots depending on how many it is, right? So, and that adds a lot of data, like a lot of data to a save game, because you have one block that has 5,000 slots on it, right? Which is insane. And then when I saw this in the code, I'm like, why doesn't he just dynamically alter the stack size, max stack size of the slot, to whatever the tier of crate it is? That would make sense to me. And then in code, when somebody shift clicks on a crate to pull out a full stack, the math would be a lot easier. You would determine the stack size, because the JSON has the max stack size of the object. So you would just do a lookup of what is the max stack size of this item in the game, and then you would just pull that many items out of the crate and you push it into the person's inventory. So when I saw that, I'm like, oh, there might be a major amount of savings you could do with the crate mod with this, because you could just set, because depending on the tier of crate, if there's 51,000 capacity, well, the stack size of this, you just set this to 51,000, and then if you upgrade it to diamond tier and it makes it 256,000, then you just change this variable, and nothing else would change. There's probably a little bit more to it, but that's essentially what it is. But yeah, this sets it so there's only ever one item can go into slot 1, which is the program slot. All right, this is actually empty or done. And the other reason why I have custom inventories for all my machines is these two here. Auto push into slot, auto pull from slot. These are the things that the chutes talk to. If you're trying to automate your machine with chutes, this is what they talk to, these two functions. What is the push into slot? What is the pull from slot? Now, you can only ever return one slot. So you have to do math shenanigans in here to determine what slot they go into. So if you have more than one input or more than one output, which we have, you can only ever give one slot. So there's a simple if statement here. If the slot 2, slot ID 2, which is the first output slot, if that's empty, give me slot 3, or otherwise give me slot 2. So it'll empty slot 2 first, and then it'll do slot 3, right? It'll empty the first one, and then boom, it'll empty the second one, right? You could do the same for input if you had more than one input. I don't think any of my machines have more than one input. And you notice right now there is no way of automating the program slot or the mold slot or that specialized slot. There's no way to automate that. And I'm still trying to figure out what we could possibly do with that. But those are features for down the road. All right, that's the inventory. Done. Close that. All right. Next step that I do is I do the GUI. And the GUI, I have gotten anybody out there who has struggled with GUIs. I hear you. I struggled with them when I first built them, but now I've got it honed down to a science. I have it honed down to a science. So fast. I can spit a GUI out really fast. So, here is my mock-up for the CNC GUI, right? This is my GUI mockups. This is my GUI mockups file, as you can see. So we have the metal press is there. We've got the kiln over there. We got the crusher down there. All of the GUIs, right? All of the GUIs. And there's it is what it is. So here's the nitty-gritty of the GUIs. Give you the lowdown. I've done tutorial videos on this. They are in the playlist for Vintage Engineering Mod. I would suggest you look at those because they are a little bit more in depth. GUIs are all drawn. The coordinate systems are all drawn from the top left up here. Okay, they're all drawn from the top left. So all of your offsets, your X and your Y, X goes across, Y goes down. It's your brain. It doesn't. It's hard to do that because it's not how like you learn in math class, right? If you're learning like not algebra, but it would be geometry, right? X is across, that's right, but Y is usually up, not down. So, but again, everything is based off of the top left corner. Everything. What I like about Photoshop is I can click on something. I'm in V mode, which is the move mode. I can click on this like background, and then I can hold control and I can look at other elements inside this box, right? Inside this background, I click on the background somewhere, and then I hold control, and if I mouse over this, you can see this is 10 pixels and then 8 pixels. 8 pixels down, 10 pixels across. And if I look at this one, this is 10 pixels and then 117 pixels. The 117 is right in here if you look. Right? So those offsets tell me exactly where that corner is. That's the important bit. Everything in a GUI is drawn from that top left corner. Everything. So your width and your height is actually going down. Your height is drawn down, not up. That's the catch-all with this. So this is where all of your offsets come from, right? The slots, I think if you go in here, here's a thing right here. This is where I get like the slots. You just copy this border on the slot and wham, you have exactly the slot size for everything. Because the slots don't ever change size. Unless you have a weird like GUI thing. But, you know, as a design tenet of my GUIs, you'll see what the GUI will look like in the game as compared to this when we finally get there. But yeah, this is the general like look of it. And a lot of my GUIs are really tight and compact. which is not necessarily a good thing. Not necessarily, but I'm trying my best, everybody. I'm trying my best. This one up here was tough because I had to grab the flame, right? I copied the flames from the fireplace, I think. This is the fireplace flame. And yeah, again, I took the very extents of this curve, right? That's the edge right there. That's the edge right there. And that is the bounding box of that. And that's how I determined where the flames go. And it actually worked pretty well. I used that in the electric forge. Okay, so when I'm editing the GUI and I'm adding the variables for all of the offsets, then I'm just showing you here is where those numbers are going to come from, because I'm going to have this on a different monitor, so I can do this all at the same time. I can just zip over to one monitor, get the coordinates, go back to code. So I just wanted to show you this, and before I moved it off the screen, like where these are coming from. A lot of these aren't going to change because they're coming right off of the metal press GUI, right? This is the metal press GUI just customized. But yeah, these are the numbers that I'm coming up with. And it allows you to sort of standardize your distances. So you can see this is 8 down from the top. There's a little arrow down here. That's 8. That's 8. That's 8. And that's 8. So you can line everything up nicely. The only other caveat to this is you also want to bump it down if you have a title bar, which I would highly recommend because that's how you close the GUI. That's the X that you close the GUI with. The title bar, you want to push everything down a little bit because the title bar gets drawn over the top of this dialog, right? So you want everything to shift down one, and I've found that that's 31 pixels. The title bar is 31 pixels. So you just drop literally everything down 31 pixels. And you'll see that in my code. So this is going to go off the screen a little bit for now, so I can get all my offsets. So this GUI metal press, I'm going to just straight up copy the entirety of this GUI, because once you have something that works, roll with it. Keep using it. So we're going to go to GUI, and we're going to go add class GUI CNC. And we have to do public. I'm trying to type around my coffee mug. I'm not putting these into I could probably eventually maybe GUI dialog block entity and then paste. All right, now comes the fun part, which you just go through and customize everything. So GUI CNC, and then right now it's BE Metal Press. This is going to be BE CNC eventually. It's not anything now, but it will eventually be that. BE CNC. Recipe Metal Press. Let's do clay forming recipe. And I'll have to think about how we're going to do the program in a bit. But let's just CNC. We'll get to all these in a second. That's where the coordinates and stuff come from. Yeah, a lot of the test gen dialogue. Yeah, a lot of these GUI title CNC. These lang.get. These are the yep, I knew that was going to happen. Got to go back to this here and GUI title CNC. CNC. Okay. These are the lang files, right? This is how you localize everything. I'm trying to get everything in the game I want to be localized. I want to really be able to support all the other languages. Not, the error messages, right? If you look in your log file, if there are errors, it'll print error messages. Those aren't localized because those are for me. I can't have those in, some other language because I don't know that language. And if the error message is in that language, I'll be like, I don't even know what that says. So, yeah, can't do that. But I try to get everything else done. We'll go through the dialog composer in a second. I just want to go through and do all of this stuff. Current recipe not equal null. Current recipe dot outputs output. So current recipe in this instance is not the metal press. The current recipe in this instance is a clay forming recipe, although it still has an output and it still has a resolved item stack. And the lang code it's built differently than your regular language get. I don't know why they do it that way. I don't know why there's not a consistent amount, but yeah, it's frustrating. But it basically builds the language code, although I did find a way to change that. Output.resolve.stack size. I don't think we need a stack size in here. It's not going to be outputting like 25 crucibles. That would be stupid. So this word crafting is just like crafting crock, crafting crucible, crafting something, right? That's the output text. And then there are errors, right? There are errors. If his machine is low power, if the machine is not hot enough, although this doesn't exist. The BE test machine, obviously, block entity. I need to figure out a better word for that, or a better name for that variable. I'm going to keep copying and pasting these, but okay. So a lot of this text, as long as there's no big red errors, I can come back to it and edit it once we have all the variables in the block entity done. But we have, looks like, one thing here. Yes, we want clay forming recipe, right? Because that has to, the update call is literally what keeps that dialog redrawing itself. Otherwise, it wouldn't ever redraw itself. So this is what actually updates everything inside the dialog while it's open. If it's not open, it doesn't do anything, right? If it's not open, it's just doesn't do anything. But while it's open, this is what redraws everything. So this is an important function, and we'll probably add to this as we add functionality to the CNC. Okay, everything else is pretty standard. I don't think I have any massive errors other than not having the block entity done. So the block entity, that's where the rubber hits the road, but let's do quickly the dialogues here. This setup dialog, this is basically everything. This is what draws the dialog. This is what sets all that up. All those offsets, everything, this is what it does. So here's my title bar height. Remember I said there's a 31 pixel gap from the top, which is what your title bar is. So you always want to offset everything on your Y by your title bar. Now, your dialog bounds, that's how big your dialog is. Now, this can stretch depending on what you put into it, right? There's a lot of options that you can do with this, but this is your general, how big it is. And if we look at this again, this is the outside box, right? This is the outside box that I'm talking about. So that is generally how big this is. It can stretch a bit depending on what you put in it. Again, title bar height, you'll see that common throughout the whole thing, right? Because in my mind, I'm not going to add those up every time and put the values in here because I want the values to reflect my mock-up, my GUI mock-up, because that's what I'm going for. Fit to children, that's just all of the elements inside this. Those are all the children of the outside box, right? This outside bounding box, all of those elements inside are children. And when you do fit to children, it'll actually make sure that all the children are inside. You know? All right, so power inset fixed, element bounds dot fixed. You see double X, fixed X, fixed Y. That's your coordinate of your first point, and then width and height. So you can see 10 and 8 with 34 and 104. And if we look at, oh, that's the wrong window. If we look at this, God dang it. Windows, I swear to God, I'm not trying to dock you. Okay, maybe I am because you're being a piece of crap. Okay, there we go. I'm just trying to get a smaller window here so y'all can see it. Windows' tendency to like maximize things is really annoying. So you can see power inset, which is this thing down here. This is my power inset. 10 and 8. If we click on this and we control this, you can see 10 right there, and then 8. The 8 is above the program, right? Because it's offset to the center of this. But it's 10 and 8, and then if I click on it, power level, you can see the width and height, 34, 104. Hey, look at that, 34, 104. That's where those values are coming from. Right? That's how I get to those values. Remember, everything is drawn from this top corner. So width and height is going down, not up. That's where all those values come from. So my, and the bounds inside, right? The bounds is actually where that is drawn. And I'm going to let you ruminate on that. I'm going to take a quick break and I need a bio break really quick. Okay. I was not going to make it through the dialogue. Through this process. Okay. So, next up, power bounds. So the inset is in the GUI. If we go back to this and to get the real example, you can see the inset is this outside here, and it sort of bevels it so it looks like it's inside, like pushed in a little bit, like a frame around something. Right? That's the inset. So this is the inset, and it makes it it darkens some edges, lightens others, and it looks like it pushes it in a little bit. And then the actual thing, you want to offset it inside so it's not right up against that inset. You want it to kind of be centered in there. And depending on the depth of your inset, which my depth is usually not very much, it's usually like 2 pixels. So I offset 2 pixels in either direction. And then I shrink the item to 4 pixels in either direction, right? So there's literally a padding of 2 pixels around the whole thing. There are some ways to automatically have padding in there, but I want finite control over the GUI, right? I want to know exactly where these items are going at all times. And so that's why I do it the way I do. And my GUIs have, I think they've turned out rather nice. Okay, so thus so far so good. Let's go back up here, and I use Photoshop. I don't even know if like GIMP has these kinds of features that I can just like, oh, where is this? Where is this? Where is this? Where is this? Like, I don't know if like I have literally been using Photoshop for 30 years. You know, it's what I know. It's what I'm good at. But I've been using it for many years. Okay, let's see. The slot grid, if you notice, this is a separate, it's not .fixed, whatever. It's actually like this is telling it, oh, I want a standard grid slot. I still want it 54. Okay, I think this actually changes. This is 54 and 8. Okay. And then 1 and 1 is rows and columns. So I'm not giving it a width and height, but this is telling it I want standard spacing for one row and 1 column of slot, which is just 1 square. And I happen to know that a single slot square is 48 by 48. That's just, having done as many GUIs as I have, 48 by 48. But then if there's 2, there's a little space, there's a little padding in between, right? There's a little padding in between, which is where I get this. So if there's 1, it's 48 by 48. But if there's 2, there's a little itty bitty little padding in there, right? And so I don't know how many pixels that is, probably like 3 or 4. But yeah, there's a little padding in between each one. And this automatically does that for me. Okay, so the mold inset, the mold text, which is the text on the top, and the mold slot, those are all unchanging. The progress bar is 109 by 88. Good. And it is, I think, pretty standard size, 90 by 23. But then the progress text, I'm changing this. I started changing where the text is to be over the top of the bar. So I'm doing that with the progress text. So rather than have it below, I don't have an inset anymore. So that is not a thing, which means I can take it off of here. We'll get to this in a second. I don't have an inset, but I do have the progress text. And the text is going to be I want it to be 111. No, God, why? 111 which is, it's in 2 pixels there. That's 88. I want that to be at least 90. So that's gonna take the text, the bounding box of the text, right? Don't think of it as the text. Think of it as the box the text goes in. All I'm doing is drawing the box the text goes in. The text itself will come later. So I want that offset a little bit from the corner so it's not right up against it. What I'm trying to do is trying to get that text to center itself inside the progress bar, right? I'm trying to push the text down so it's relatively center. Because I found no way. I found no way of. You can center it left and right. I found no way of centering it up and down. Like just having a tag like vertical center. If somebody knows a way of doing that, let me know, because I would love to use it in many, many places. Okay, so then I need to shrink it down. What I do here, 111. This is 90. What I do is do 88, and then 23, 21 is fine. So I'm not shrinking the box too much. I'm offsetting it in, but then I'm actually making it allow to be a little bit bigger, because just in case the text is funny, I can tweak this later if the text is fine. And I could look at my other GUIs. I do this with my other GUIs. I'm just going through it line by line here with you guys. All right, so the enable button, that didn't move. The enable button text, which is the text inside the enable button, again, sort of tweaking where that text is. It can be a little fiddly. And then the output grid is, again, 2 columns, 1 row. And then output text and output inset, which is this. This is the output inset here. And these are the output things. So this is 206.62. There it is. Yeah, this doesn't really change. 99.76. There it is. And then the bounds are just inside of that. 2 pixels in. Okay. So this with children, I see a lot of people, there's a lot of dialogues in the game that don't do this, but I set all of the children into that box. And that ensures this code up here, fit to children, makes sure the dialogue actually consumes all of those children inside of there, right? If I do something wrong, if something is not drawn right, I add all of the children inside. And that is good to go. And there's a myriad of ways that you can set these dialogues up. This is just my way of doing it. You can do it. There's ways to do like dot left of, dot right of, dot above, dot below. There's ways to do things, and it's too abstract in my brain. I like this is the point, this is the point, this is the box, this is the point, this is the text. Like, that makes sense in my head. If I'm doing like, dot right of, and then this is dot left of, and this is dot above, and this is dot, it's like my brain just starts going, nope. All right. And then this code is immersive mouse mode, which I've never understood. It just basically offsets everything. I just don't care. Then I set up some fonts. Output font, center white. I set up one with color. So output font is yellow. That's the text inside of here. Text inside of here is yellow. That's what that does. White small text. There is a detailed text. Why do I have 2 output fonts? One has a capital F and one does not. Great. Let's rename yellow font. What I do the reason I do that rename in here is it actually looks for anywhere I use that and it automatically renames it, which is nice. So yellow font, and then this white detail text, and then with orientation. Where do I use the yellow? I thought for sure the yellow font. There it is. Progress. Oh. Okay, I lied. The yellow is the text that's over the top of the progress bar. We don't have an inset in this one. Okay, so this sets up your fonts. Right? So I've got, this is the yellow, this is setting up the yellow font with the color. This is the white, the output font here. This is the font, the detail text. This is the font that's in the black square that helps you, gives you the errors like, hey, put a recipe in, put blah, wow, whatever. Okay, so dialog title, CNC, did that on the Lang already. And then once your fonts are set up, then we go to, this is the actual thing that composes the dialog. This is where all of the puzzle pieces that you've built thus far, this is where all they go and they actually compose the dialog, one at a time. And if you look at like DN Spy at the vanilla game, it puts all of this stuff all in one giant block, and it's impossible. It's impossible to read. You know, doing it like this shows you every line is a element. Every line is a thing, and it's much easier to read this way. So, yeah. Source code is far easier to read than decompiled stuff. But here we go. Create composition. We added shaded dialog. This is the dialog. Added shaded dialog background. When you pass these in, it's looking for the bounds, right? Element bounds. It's like give me the width and height and coordinates of what you're drawing. That's what all these bounds are doing. Give me the blocks that I'm building. Basically like GUIs with Legos. So this is the entire dialog. This adds the dialog title bar. That's that 31 pixels that I go down. So it's adding this as the dialog text, right? This is what prints out the CNC or whatever machine you have open. And then what action to take when you click the X, right? What do you do when you click the X? Well, it's pretty simple, pretty standard. You close the dialog. And then begin child elements. And then this is all of the child elements of that dialog box. Add inset. So you just kind of go along and you start building, and I build it generally in the same way that it draws it. I start over here and I start building it as you go along, as you go across. So I try to be pretty standard with how I build all of these. So I add that power inset. And that add inset, you can see the depth. Add inset depth. I set the depth to 2. It defaults to 4, but I set it to 2. You don't, like, it's crazy. And then the color, the brightness, right? That's the background. That's what sets it either to normal or the black, right? The black, you can see the mold inset, the brightness is 0. That's what makes it black inside. That's what that does. So we have the power inset, then we have the custom draw, and that's what draws that's my custom drawer, right? This is a custom draw call, the on power draw. That's what draws that progress bar of the power on the left side. Then this is the input, and we have to pass which slot number that slot in the thing represents. So this slot is just a dummy slot in the GUI, right? What it does is it wants to tie itself back to an inventory. And I've already gone through the inventory earlier in the stream. We literally went through the inventory file line by line. So that slot 0, which is the first slot of the inventory, slot 0 is the input slot. And so this binds that slot ID to the slot in the GUI. That's what that 0 does right there. It binds that slot to that inventory, to that slot ID. So that's what that does. And then send inventory packet is your standard. If something changes, right? Your action object send packet, because the GUI is client side only. When you open a GUI, it only exists on the client. The server is aware that you have it open, but the server doesn't track it. When something changes in that inventory, you have to inform the server, right? Because the server is the master of everything. So you have to inform the server, which is that send inventory packet. It's a built-in system. Add inset. This is the mold, or what is going to be program in this iteration. So I have to go the static text, center white, center in orientation. The mold text is not going to be mold. It's going to be program. I've already got the string in here. Program text. So that is where the text program comes from. And I know there's not a lot of space, so I hope there's a language out there that isn't going to be like... I hope there's a nice short way of indicating what that actually is, that slot, what that label is. Because you could put a huge word in there and it would just overdraw. It would overdraw everything around it. It would still be in there, but it would look funny. Let's see. And then this is adding the slot grid, which we want to make sure that is bound to number 1. And then this is then another dynamic draw. This is the progress bar. And then the progress text that goes over the top of it. And the text you can see, string text is the first thing. That's actually calling a function. And we'll get into that in a second. But anytime I have it in like text or dynamic stuff that I want to change, always call the same function you do in your update code, right? That'll ensure that everything is up to date and you're good to go. And then this is the enable button and the enable button text. And then finally we have the output, which is slot ID 2 and 3. The reason why the metal press is so janky is because I added that mold slot much later in development, right? Initially, it was a test machine, and it was input and output, and that was it. So, yeah, it came much later. So, yeah, this is 0 input, 1 is the program, 2 and 3 are the output, which is how this gets bound. And then we have dynamic text, which is the output text, which is the help text, actually. It's that black box that has, some help text. And then that is all of the child elements and then compose it. So that's what draws the dialog box. And then get help text. This is what actually prints out the help text. This is sort of in order of operations, right? If we have a recipe, then that takes priority. So if there's a current recipe, that means we're actively trying to craft. If there's no recipe, then we're not trying to craft, so print out some errors in the help text that help new players learn what's needed, right? Because it may not be 100% intuitive, so I want to print out some help text by order of operation, right? And what's funny is the bottom of this is the highest priority.
because then it goes up and it overwrites. As it goes down this list, it overwrites itself, and it will overwrite it until it hits the bottom and then print out whatever's left over. So this first priority is a mold. Well, we're not in the metal press right now. Do I have a program label? Hey, look at that. I added one here. GUI CNC program. GUI CNC program. First priority is a program. It's the same sort of functionality as a metal press, but it's a slightly different take on it. Right? You're not making a mold to put in there. You're either putting a raw clay item in there, or you're putting an actual program that you programmed in there. We'll get to that in a bit. So if all else being equal, if they don't have any program in there, I want to print out, hey, put a clay item or a program in. Place a raw clay item or a program in the program slot. That's what will print out in that black box. If there's something in there, then it goes and it says, oh, is the output full? If the output isn't full, it looks at this. Is there an ingredient? Is there clay? Right? Is there enough clay? And then in here, all of that being equal is no valid recipe. If there's nothing actually to make, then do it. Which checks if it's sleeping. So if it's sleeping, that means there's nothing valid. And if it's enabled, then if it's just turned off, it's turned off. Like, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do, what you put in the machine. If it's off, it's off. It's a hard off. Like, there's nothing. The machine does not do anything. And then the progress text is a very, very simple amount of text. It's that little bit of text all over the top of the progress bar. It's either a percentage point. The GUI is sleeping short is just all the Z's, right? If there's just a bunch of Z's, that means it's sleeping. Otherwise, it's the percent, or it prints out an error if something is wrong, it prints error. Or if it's off, again, then it just says it's turned off. Enable button click. This is what, when you click that enable button, this is what fires when you do that. It sends a message to the block entity saying, hey, I clicked this button, turn yourself on or off. Send inventory packet. This is base game stuff. This is like copied directly out of the base game. Send block entity packet. This is very, very simple. And then these are the progress draws. These are what draw both the progress bar of the recipe and the power bar of how much power is in it. That's what these do. I'm not going to get into that. It is a gnarly bit of code. If people want help with that, it would take an entire stream to go over how those things work. It is a freaking nightmare. But yeah, all of this my icon helper, this is my code. Vertical bar and new horizontal bar. These are two things that I did. It is I don't even want to get into it. It makes me cringe. The update call, this is what updates it. Whenever the client gets new data from the server, it calls update. And it calls update if the dialog isn't open, it doesn't really do much of anything. But if the dialog is open, it will update. This is what, when you have the dialog box open in your game, doesn't matter if you're single player or multiplayer, doesn't matter. Everything is client server. When you have it open in your game and you see the values changing, this is the function that's doing that. Every time. When those values are changing, when the progress bars change, when the text changes, anytime something changes, the update is what's called, right? It is what is being called. And it's usually the server that triggers that. And we'll get into that code in a second. On title bar close, obviously just standard stuff. And on GUI opened, we want to set the slot modified. On GUI closed, we want to not subscribe to the slot modified. That would be bad. And then just make sure everything closes out and disposes itself nicely. So the GUIs are not actually that complicated. I know it sounded complicated, but it's literally just boxes on a GUI, right? Boxes in a system, and where you draw the things inside the box, where the text goes, right? The text is the bounding box of the text. The text itself can change and be centered inside the box. So you draw the box width, you can center that text inside. You don't have to push the text over. You can just draw the entire box and then just center the text. It's really that easy. Okay. Now we have one more item to do before the machine is done. And that's basically the meat and potatoes of it all. Is the block entity. The block entity is that's the brain of the system. That's what runs everything. So it's where the rubber hits the road, as my I don't know, my dad would say. My dad uses that a lot. Where the rubber hits the road. Okay, so BECNC is the block entity. My blocks, I don't have a lot of custom blocks because you don't need a lot of custom blocks. Unless the block itself has certain or needs certain functionality, the block can be generic. So I have a base block that all of my machines actually use. The one exception is the generator. And the reason why the generator is an exception is because it can power machines that are adjacent to it. So a generator, if you put a generator down and then the CNC right next to it, you don't need to wire them together. The generator will feed the machine right next to one another. And that is a feature carryover from when it was a test generator. I just left it in there because I thought it might be a cool little thing that somebody could discover. If they put the generator next to a machine, there would be a little discovery of, oh, that can actually power a machine without wires. So it's a way to build yourself up to making wire or whatever without actually needing wire right away. But anyway, so that's why the generator has its own custom block, because it has neighbor block change. Because I have to pick that up, because if I place a machine right next to a generator, the generator needs to update itself. That's the only reason why this has a separate block type, is neighbor block change. That's the only reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need one here either. So block entity is where everything happens. If you are making a custom machine, if you are interested in making a custom machine, all you really need to do is make a custom block entity. Because the block is done for you. The block type. VE, if we go into one of my blocks, let's go back to, not bricklayer. No, this is the wrong. Block types. Let's go to CNC. Okay. The class of your block doesn't need to change. VE electric block. What you need to do is, when you create your project, if you want a custom machine, what you need to do is you need to include vintage engineering as a dependency, right? You have to have my system in order to make my system. Now, somebody could argue and say, hey, you could separate out your electrical system. All of this stuff inside of here, electrical, this is all the API stuff, right? We have catenary. This is the wiring system. So this is a separate system. I actually want to submit this to the base game to get this integrated into the base game. But the electrical system, all of these are all part of the API. So electric block entity is my base block entity for all of my machines, right? Block entity openable container is the base object, which is the vanilla object. And then I have all my interfaces. I electrical block entity, I wire network, I electrical connection. Those are all my interfaces. But electric block entity, this is the base thing this is where all my power comes from. I don't ever need to all this code works. all of my machines, all this code works. So I don't ever need to touch this. So all you need to do is create your project, make sure you have my mod, include this DLL, vintageengineering.dll, into your dependency, into your project references, and then do using vintageengineering.electrical. If we go to my block entities, this is why I did it this way. If we go to my block entities, this is the extruder. You can see using vintageengineering.electrical. Even though it's in the same DLL file, it is a separate namespace. It's a separate block of code. And I need to make sure I'm using it because that's how it works. It is essentially, it's basically this DLL is 3 DLLs in one. And that it's just, for me, I'm doing it that way because it's just so much easier to debug. I would not have been able to debug the catenary system, the electrical network system, and a machine all at the same time and make sure all of those are working together without having all of this code into one nice block. So debugging wise, it made it so much easier. But if you're doing your own custom machine, all you need to do is use vintageengineering.electrical, make your block entity equal electric block entity, electric BE, right? And then, there's some JSON stuff that you need to support, right? You need to have JSON stuff equal to what I have in here, right? You have to have wire nodes. Otherwise, the catenary system is not going to be able to communicate with you. It's going to be looking for these. It's not going to find them. It's probably going to complain very hard to you and say, "What the hell? Like I expected to find wire node. Why isn't it in there?" It's going to expect that you're going to have a max power. You're going to have a max power per second. It's going to expect you're going to have an entity type. It's going to expect you're going to need a power tier. It's going to expect the wire function to equal power. It's going to expect to find max connections in here. So there are things that you need in your JSON, right? You have to have these things, but that's nothing new, right? People who are modders are used to having, requirements. You can't just put whatever you want in there and just expect it to work. If you have an animation that you want to play during crafting, then you have to have block entity behaviors by type, animatable, and then you need crafting anim code. And then it'll just work. Well, with a little bit of code, it'll work. But that's kind of how I based it, which is why a lot of my code has, you could look at the code and see how it all works. But the base object is fine. This ignore this. Texture position shorts. Ignore that for a second. This is all you need. And then that allows you access to your power, right? Current power, all the power variables that you get in the base block entity, right? All of your values, machine state, electric power. You don't need to do anything with electric connections. You don't need to do anything with network IDs. You don't need anything having to do with those. Trust me, you don't want to touch them. You do not want to touch them. Machine state, you will use max power, current power, power per second, you're definitely going to use. You don't really need to do electrical entity type because that doesn't change while it doesn't play. But you also possibly, you also must override these two. And I outline all of this stuff, by the way. If you're interested, creating your own machine, I wrote up a thing for you called Make Your Own Machine. This text file has in it a rundown of all the things, right? Yeah, it's a lot of text. But this is how the world works, everybody. Not everything is done in 30-second snippets of video. You got to learn some shit. This is how the world works. It's not easy. Doing this kind of stuff is not easy. So I wrote this up to outline what is needed, describing all of the things. What is the wire node? How does this work? What do the wire nodes do? What are those XYZ values? All of these things you have to go through and you go, okay, what is this used for? What is this used for? What is this used for? Client server stuff, like machine state, all of the machine state stuff, how important to and from tree attributes are. Like, I go through and I really try to give you the best possible push into the direction of how to make this work. Right? So there's a lot of this stuff inside of the mod already. The mod that's on the database, the version of it, has this file. So, but these are two that you have to override. If you don't override them, your game will crash. 100% it will crash. Because if they're not overridden, I throw an exception. The second your electric network tries to touch this, because when the electrical network is updating, it looks at these values to see if it can receive power or can extract power. So I use these values extensively. You can see there's 15 references of that value in here. So when you override them, they're not then throwing an exception. So if they throw an exception, that means you have to override them. Because it is vitally important that I know what your machine is capable of doing. So if you make like a refrigerator, for example, simple in terms of like power, right? It's just let's say it's a constant power draw of, I don't know, 10 power per second, which would essentially be 1 power every tick. Or it would round it up to 1 power every tick. I am currently pondering changing the power rating of the mod, which it wouldn't really change anything drastic in terms of the user experience, but the values behind the scenes would change. Because I learned something watching Minecraft videos. The power ratings of everything in Minecraft, like everything under the sun that I was able to see of every mod, mechanism, thermal, you name it. If it used power, the rating of power was not per second. The power per second, that rating comes from Fortresscraft. That's what I was used to in Fortresscraft, which is why I did it here. I guess I didn't really think it through, or I didn't really compare it to Minecraft very much. But the power in Minecraft is measured in power per tick. So like in Mechanism, there are machines that are like 160 power per tick. And a Minecraft tick is a 20th of a second. So there's 20 ticks in a second. So you take 160 times 20, and that's your power per second. So my power rating is way off from what Minecraft was. Well, one of the biggest problems that I've been facing in Vintage thus far is rounding errors with my power. Because I take a power per second and I multiply it, or I multiply it by the delta time from the last update, which is the fractional second. And my machines tick at 10 per second. So 1/10 of a second. That's how fast my machines tick. If they're crafting. If they're not crafting, they tick once every 2 seconds. So changing the power per second to power per tick, it would be a big change. But I could readjust all of my values and all of my files to be power per tick rather than power per second. I could do that. And it would be a seamless transition, I think. But it would be a big change. And I'm on the fence whether to do it or not. Keep keep the rounding errors, which can be up to 1 power per machine you have connected on a network. 1 power per connection, right? So if you have a wire connected to a transformer going to relay, and that relay is connected to 4 machines, right? That is 5 connections. That's the transformer and the 4 machines. The relay doesn't handle power. That's 5 machines. That's possible of 5 power per tick wasted. The rounding error between that. That's what I'm talking about. That's the difference. Whereas if it was just power per tick, it would be a flat number. 16 power per tick. Or whatever. 6 power per tick. And that would be 60 power per second. So if I went through and I said in my max PPS, if I just said that's now PPT, power per tick, now it's just a flat number. Rather than multiplying it by delta time, I'm just multiplying it. I'm just using the flat number, right? 6. It's not 6.2. It's not 6.4244. It's 6, and it's much, much easier. And you minimize the amount of rounding errors that you get. So that's the benefit of it. The downside is it's a huge change to the base fundamentals of the power system. And my electrical block entity would change. The I electrical block entity, because this has power per second, and I would have to change that to power per tick. And I've already submitted the I electrical block entity to Tyrone in a pull request to get integrated into the base game. So yeah, that's going to be rough. Okay, back to it. Let's close the GUIs. We're done with the GUIs, and let's get block entity. We're going to add class BECNC. Public. Take this away. All right. BECNC. Which object should we copy? Which machine should we copy? Well, the extruder and metal press have the similar functionality, right? The metal press, the reason I hesitate to do the metal press is this I texture position source. This is what I have to include in order to draw. When you add a mold, it actually draws that mold inside the press. There's a lot of shenanigans going on there, and that's part of it. The extruder also has that, because I also draw the die gauge on the extruder when you put that in there. So, yeah, that is we're not going to do that for the clay former. We're not going to draw a separate thing in there, because that is no thanks. I'm not going to do it. What do we want to do here? I could copy it and just, yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna grab the metal press. I really don't like the metal press code, because this code has been around the world a little bit. It's not the most ideal code in the world, because it started life as the test machine, and it's kind of, yeah, it's been around. BECNC, we are going to derive this from electric BE, which gets rid of a whole lot of the red over here, as you can see. Okay, so recipe metal press. This is not going to be recipe metal press. This is going to be clay forming recipe. This is going to be current recipe. Actually, I want to rename this. Anytime you rename a variable, rename it like that, which renames it everywhere that you need it. Okay. So a few of the variables in here, I don't know if I use the update bouncer. I was using it. I was experimenting with it, but I couldn't make it work the way I wanted it. That was also a carryover from Fortresscraft modding. Okay, so recipe progress. So recipe power applied. Again, if we look at the code here, you can see power cost per input. That is going to be multiplied by the number of voxels inside the thing. So I am going to need to track. So the region here is all the recipe stuff. I'm going to need to track what my max recipe value is. And I don't want to do that math every time I need to calculate it, right? Oh, now I'm out of coffee. Wow, there's just a tiny little bit of coffee left in there, and it's still hot. How is that? Glorious. Okay. So I'm going to need to public int recipe max power needed. Anytime you have a base type like int, it automatically will default to 0 when it instantiates. So I don't need to set a default value of that. Okay, so because I don't have a custom recipe type for this, recipe CNC, this is going to be. Do I want to delete this yet? Well, let's leave it. I might build that programmatically later, depending on the depending on how I deal with the program. The programs are going to be gnarly. The other thing I always do is comment your variables. Amount of power needed to craft one instance of this current recipe. So we have recipe power applied, which is how much ongoing power we're applying to the recipe, right? That gives us however much max, how much progress we have towards it, which is where the recipe progress comes from. So the progress is not actually a value, it is a function. So the recipe power applied divided by recipe max power needed, right? Because I'm not setting a recipe, right? I don't have a custom recipe type yet anyway for a CNC, because it is a very basic auto crafter. So everything in the game is craftable. Well, everything should be craftable. All I need to do is program what it's actually crafting. So a clay item is very simple. Make sure there's no comments. So a clay item is very simple. So it's just going to be like how many voxels are in it. And then we're going to set those values in a different function. So is crafting is just a Boolean. And then here we have the overrides I mentioned. Can extract power, can receive power. This is where you override those. You have to override them. So I override them. It's not a generator, so you can't extract the power, but it can receive power. So that's how you override them. None of the other values in the electric BE you really need to override, right? You really don't need to, because they're taken care of for you. Then we set the input slot. We set the output to 2, to 3, and to 1. And because mold, it doesn't matter. Mold slot, program slot, whatever you want to call it. There's 8 references to this. So I can do rename and do program slot, right? Pretty straightforward there, how that works. Program slot is, how does that bind to the inventory? All right, input stack is just returning what's in the first inventory slot, which is fine. This returns the inventory. All right. GUI title CNC should be, GUI title CNC is already in there. Inventory class name is going to be VE CNC inventory. Doesn't matter. This is going to be VE CNC. Inventory CNC. Why is this? This dot invent. Oh, probably because somewhere up here. There it is. And I need to set this to CNC. So yeah, I've been copying and pasting. I'm a little against somebody else copying my code and doing that, but if it helps you learn, you're going to want to go through it line by line and just understand how it works. If you just copy code and you just copy it and just ship it off and you don't understand how it works, it doesn't you no good. This is not going to help anybody. As long as you go through it and you figure out like what is it actually doing. So GUI CNC. This is why I sort of standardized it. So build yourself up a base object, and then just copy that over and over again. That's what I've been doing. Okay, on slot modified. This is when a slot in the GUI is modified. This is what fires. So if slot ID equals 0, which is input, or 3, but this is not the metal press, so this is 1. So if it's input or program slot, and remember, a modified slot, and I have cat hair just all over my nose. I'm sorry about touching my nose so much, but it feels like the cat just shoved a bunch of fur up in my nose. So when a slot is modified, it can have something in it or it cannot have something. A slot is modified if you take something out of it. It still calls this function. So you need to make sure that it's not empty. Because if it is empty, obviously somebody took something out of a slot and now it's empty. So a slot can be modified both directions. It's not only modified when you put stuff in. All right, so on slot modified, if it's the input slot or the mold slot or the program slot in this situation, if the input slot is empty, we're not crafting. You're basically shutting the machine basically shuts itself down when it's empty. And also this is called when the machine automatically removes something, right? If you're crafting something and the ingredient disappears because you crafted it, and I remove that item out of that slot, it's also called, right? It's called whenever that slot changes, anytime. So yeah, it can be called automatically even when there's no user input, when there's no person doing it. So if it's empty, shut it down. Crafting is false. State change is sleeping. Recipe is null. Power applied is 0, which resets that progress bar. And then if it's not empty, then find the matching recipe, and we'll get into that function in a second. Mark dirty. This informs this basically rebroadcasts the block to the client. Mark dirty. Mark dirty true. This true. It spits it out to the client and it updates the client. Because typically this kind of stuff is only run on the server, but this specific function can be called on the client as well. And then if it's called on the client, it basically just redraws it. It doesn't really do much. And then update the client, or update the dialog if it's open. If slot ID equals 3, this is the mold slot, update mesh. We're not going to have that. Just clear it. Like, I don't care. And if it's an output slot, I don't care. Like, if slot ID 0 or 1, do something. But if somebody changes an output slot, I don't care. Like, I just don't. So, yeah. Well, there's nothing I need to do to the machine to update it if an output slot is changed, because that's a good thing. You know, generally a good thing. Okay, so mold mesh stuff. All of this code, which is almost 150 lines of code, all of this is what draws that mesh inside the metal press, and I don't need any of this code. None of this code. The shape, I don't need anything in here. We're gonna clear it all. We don't need it. I'm not gonna draw a little clay object in this thing. Okay, so find matching recipe. This is in every one of my machines. I don't force you to have it in a machine, so it's not part of the base. You know, I'm not overriding, right? There's no override here, but it is a function in every one of my machines. This is the function that literally controls the functionality of the machine, whether it turns on and off, like what recipe it has. Like, this is a very, very vital function, and it is called a lot. So you want to be pretty efficient. You don't have to be like crazy efficient, but you want to be efficient with this. So there's a lot of sanity checks. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in this function. But find a matching clay forming recipe. Given the program inventory. Okay. And then I can do BR and then otherwise check. How about this? If VE, if program is present, check its values. That's for the future. That's for future me. Essentially, what this is going to do, true if recipe found that matches clay item or program. What this is going to run is when you edit that input slot or you edit that mold slot, especially the mold slot, this is the function that's called to find the matching item for that mold to be able to craft more of them. This is the function that does that. And it's the same function if you go to any of my machines, it's the function that finds and assigns whatever the current recipe is that you're trying to craft. It's vital that you get this right, because you don't want to edit that recipe. You don't want a lot of points in your code where you're editing those variables, right? You don't want this variable changing, this variable changing. You want one central place that you can point to verify the recipe of a machine and whatever custom recipe sets you have. So anytime the machine is updated, anytime there's a change, when the server updates the client calls this function to verify the recipes. Everything runs through this function. What you don't want this function to do is reset progress to a recipe. That's the one thing that you don't want to do when a recipe is found, you do not reset the progress, because then nothing would get done. The progress would go up and then reset, and then it would go up and then reset, because it's constantly verifying, right? It's constantly verifying itself, and it just nothing would ever get done. Your UIs would look crazy. All you want to do is verify what the machine is doing. The resetting of progress is done in the simulation ticks, right? That's the only place you want those. Or if you can reset it in very specific instances, like if there's like recipe progress and then the slot is removed, right? If it's emptied, let's say you put an ingot in and you're starting to craft something, and you're like, oh, I don't want to do that, and you pull the ingot out. Well, that has to reset. In that case, you want to reset progress, because obviously there's nothing in there to craft anymore. So you pull the thing out, and that will clear it. But as far as verifying the recipe or setting a recipe, you don't want to touch progress towards that recipe, because this function is called all the time. Okay, coming in here, we're checking if it gets past here. Obviously, there's something in the input slot. Find matching recipe. So I can do a check if input slot.empty. Do all of that. If program slot.empty. Current recipe equals null. Is crafting equals false. State change, sleeping. Return false. Right? So what this is doing is, if the program slot, which is the important one, is empty, then we're not doing anything. I don't care if there's anything in the input slot. I'm going to take this and put it down here, and we're going to change some things. Because if there's something in this slot, that means we want to do something. Right? So if this is false, it's going to jump down to here, which means there's something in here. So we want to actually verify what's in here. Now, I've already gone through the inventory, and the inventory already limits what can be contained inside that slot. It either needs to be a raw clay item. It has to have a clay forming recipe. So it has to have, if it doesn't have a clay forming recipe, it's not allowed in that slot. Or it has to be of type VECNC program. And I haven't shown that yet, but that is an object that is in there, but it doesn't have any functionality yet. But anyway, the VECNC program is an item type, just like a mold. And there is a shape, there is a texture, it does exist. I made that on, I think, Sunday. So that does exist, but it doesn't do anything. So if neither of these are true, it doesn't even go in that slot. You can't even put something in there. Which automatically means if this is not empty, if there's something there, then I have something available. Right? There's something valid in that slot. So in that case, I want to iterate through all the clay forming recipes, find the match. So I can just basically copy this, because why reprogram what you can copy? Okay, and then I need to tweak some things here. If the program slot.empty, okay, so that's not empty. So that means source slot instead is program slot. Right? So I'm checking the recipe, and then I'm checking the program slot, and I'm not returning true here. If this is true, then set current recipe equal to CF, and then break. And the break, it kills the for each. It's basically a hard like release the for each, because this might have a couple hundred items in it, and if we hit this in the third item by some miracle, the very third, it's like the third item is the thing we're looking for. I don't want to go through the rest of the 100 things, right? I want to bomb out because I don't need it anymore. I found my match. Okay, there's probably an easier way to do this. There's probably a way to match those a little bit better, but whatever. So what this does is it matches the thing inside of there. Now there's no way of knowing if the item is, well, here's what I can do. If program slot dot item stack dot collectible dot code dot path dot contains VE CNC program. And then not. Okay, what does that do? I would ask y'all if we had some more activity in the chat. I'd quiz y'all on this shit. Make sure you're following along. But anyway, what does this do? This checks the thing that's in the program slot. Because if we're here, that means this slot is got something in it. The only way that we're on this line of code. If the program slot was empty, it would return out of here. It would bomb it out. We wouldn't be in here. So if we're here, that means there's something in there. Then I just check to see if the path contains this text, VECNC program. Right? So the item is here. VECNC program is the code, and the variant type is there's a one variant type, and that's grid. The reason I did it this way is you can literally expand on this with JSON patches. You can add your own variants of CNC program. Let's say you want a VE CNC program, and this will future-proof it for more advanced down the road auto crafters. Let's say instead of a grid recipe, we wanted to say make a metal press recipe for a CNC. And so you would add metal press to the variant group. You would expand the VE CNC program. You would include a shape. You would by JSON patching, you would edit this file a little bit, add whatever you needed to, and then change, account for that in your machine. So you can use my VECNC program object and just include that as a custom type into your machine. So VECNC program, that's what it looks for. The not just switches the true and false. So if contains is true, which means it is contained, the object is, so that would be true. This changes it to false, and it skips it. So true becomes false, it skips it. False means it's not there, becomes true, that means it comes in here. right? That means it doesn't contain this. It obviously contains a clay item, which means go through and check it. So this means, hey, go ahead and check the clay item. Now, if we look at the rest of this code, recipe metal press, yeah, there's a lot of, I'm going to be editing a lot of this. Basically, the machine state, if we look at state change here, the machine state is a very cut and dry system that I developed because I needed a really easy way of determining what the machine was doing. And the number of states is 4. There are 4 states. Off means the thing is disabled. And the only reason it would be off is a player clicked the button to turn it off. Sleeping means the machine is on, but it's not crafting anything. It's not even attempting to craft anything. It doesn't have a valid recipe. It's just sitting idle. Sleeping means it can accept power. Off means it cannot. It can accept or give power if it's a generator. Sleeping means it's on, but it's just kind of sitting there. And it's not ticking very often, right? It ticks much, much less than if it was on. And on means it is obviously not off, and it's actively trying to craft something. Whether or not it has input is irrelevant. It is actively trying to craft something. It has a valid recipe. It really wants to craft something. It wants to. Whether it can or not is a different block of code, right? So on means it is go time. I want to do something. That's when that animation fires, right? It wants to do something. And then I added a fourth that isn't implemented yet. And that's paused. And paused in my brain space, paused is the in-between. Paused means it's not sleeping, it is on, but is unable to do something, right? It's out of power, for example. If it's dead in the water, if it's completely out of power, and it is unable to function, I wanted a way to turn the animation off, but keep it on, right? It's not sleeping. It's really eager. It really wants to craft the thing, but it's unable to. So it's kind of an in between. Is the paused state, and I haven't fully implemented that because I added it much later in the development process. So paused is not fully implemented yet. But the really important ones is sleeping and on. If there is a valid recipe and we want to craft, it needs to be turned on. Which means this line of code means, hey, I have a recipe enum.on. No, not off, on. I want to turn it on. It needs to be turned on. This does not matter. It does not care, right? It does not care whether or not it has a recipe, like it has ingredient, right? It does not care if it has ingredients or not. It just knows that, hey, I have a valid recipe. I want to go. Like, I'm ready to go. And then we need to say, is crafting equals true? Which is another, this is kind of an old carryover from the state change, but I've just kept it for reasons. I don't know, warm and fuzzies. I don't know. In this, what do we want to do? Find a matching recipe. I want to say current recipe equals null before I go into this block. So as a sanity check, if I'm in this block, that means we have a clay item in. If I get through every single clay forming recipe and current recipe is still null, I haven't found the recipe to make that yet. Why is that? How was I able, if I had a raw clay item in there, and I got through all of these clay forming recipes and it doesn't exist, what does that mean? That means something really bad happened, or my code is bad, which is most likely. So this overrides the current recipe. So if current recipe equals null, if I get here and the current recipe equals null, that's kind of bad. I didn't do anything. I didn't run any of this code. I don't have a valid clay item in there. We're going to return false, which means we didn't find an item. We did not run this code. If we got here and current recipe was still null, because I set it to null here. If it's still null, it means this line of code didn't run. Right? So that's bad. That's bad. The other thing I need to do in that block of code right here is figure out what my value of power that I need to have. Which I'm going to need to do max recipe max power needed equals, let's just do 256 for now. I'm gonna, when I breakpoint into this, I'm gonna actually go through the recipe. When I find a recipe, I'm gonna go through it and determine what value that I could poke into and see. But yeah, if we're here and we hit null, that means we did not find a recipe. But if we don't go in there, we can return true. Now, we go else. And, you know, there are definitely design tenets that you could do here, but it is what it is. All right, so else means we have we have the program in there, and none of this code is literally going to be done. All of this is grayed out because now that none of this code is actually reachable. None of this code can be touched because this overrides it. So we're going to do current recipe equals null, is crafting equals false, state change equals sleeping, basically all this code, and then all of this goes away. Okay, so max power needed, else we have a VE-CNC program, but none of that is implemented yet. Okay, so literally, yeah, once I have this VE-CNC program system built, because there's a lot of going to be infrastructure behind that, it's essentially going to be kind of like programming a I'm going to have a workbench. You're going to be able to put the program in, put in a recipe in the workbench, like a grid recipe, which is why the VE-CNC program -grid. It's a grid recipe. You're going to be able to put that in there, put the objects in there. It's going to verify the grid recipe. And then you're just going to be able to hit encode or save or whatever the button is. And the item, the program, the little thing, let me show you what it looks like. There's a reason it looks the way that it does. Shapes, item. That's the item. CNC, and it has a grid on it. You know, guess what that's for, right? Anyway, that's the CNC program. For grid, you could customize this to be something else, and you could put like a custom icon in there and blah, blah, blah. Like, it is what it is. This hasn't really been fleshed out yet, but it's essentially kind of a later game way of encoding a recipe on an item that you could then put in as the program to the machine. That's what that is for. So I wanted to show that off so you know what I was actually talking about when I said a VECNC program. It is just an item that's going to be encoded, and the attributes are just going to save. Like, the attributes are going to be the ingredient list and the output. Like, it's just going to be a really simple callback to what the recipe is. Very, very simple. And then there'll be code in here that verifies, you know, it'll iterate through the attributes and just verify all the things. So no biggie there. But I'm going to focus on the clay forming side of things right now because that's going to be the earliest use of the thing. Okay. So max recipe power needed. That will be a variable that I set depending on the voxels inside of the clay forming recipe. I'm going to need to figure out what values to use there because I'm not 100% familiar with how that works. So let's just continue on going beyond here. Get machine HUD text. This is the top. This is the top of the screen when you look at the machine. This is an override that I add in my base class, in my base block entity, that you can override, that you can add text to it. So this will tell you, hey, if it's crafting, what is it crafting? What percentages? Like, you can customize that text, and it's the thing also that prints out like the network details, like network ID, number of connections, stuff like that. But yeah, the base block entity actually gets called there. Has room in output. This is a function that the ticker uses. So I need output is I equal 2, 4. So this will actually check to see if there's any output. If slot ID is less than 2 or greater than 3, because those are not output slots, because you pass in a slot ID and an item stack. So inventory slot ID, this is just a generic. You have to customize, like, depending on the number of the slot IDs of your output and how many you have. Sometimes there's just one, sometimes there's, like, in the, what is it, the kiln? The kiln has 9 output slots. Crazy, but yeah, this is why you have to customize these depending on what output slots you have. You got to keep in track of what your IDs are. So this just verifies, hey, the stack you pass in, is it the same thing that's there? Because if it is, then there might be some room left on that stack. So check the stack size, stuff like that. Validate temp, we don't need because this is not a temperature enabled device. On sim tick, this is the meat and potatoes. This is what actually gets run every 1/10 of a second. Roughly 1/10 of a second. It's not exact, but it's roughly 1/10 of a second. And it's only run on the server. All of my machines, the crafting process only ever runs on the server. The client never simulates the machines, ever. All the client is getting updated on the server. The server pushes updates to the client on how it's doing. The server or the client never simulates it. So the client can never override the server. It's a efficiency, but it's also a security thing, right? A client can't fudge a server's tick rate or anything like that. The server controls everything. So, we go through here. I mean, anybody who's done code like this kind of knows what's going on here. If we're sleeping, this is the bouncer here. So the update bouncer, this is what when a machine is sleeping, this is what actually makes it tick less often. It's technically ticking every 10th of a second. But when it's sleeping, it's bouncing out of this until it hits 2 seconds. Once it's over 2 seconds, then it ticks one more time. It ticks the whole function. But if it's still sleeping afterwards, right? Then it will only tick again 2 seconds later, and then 2 seconds, and then 2 seconds. It still ticks every 2 seconds, the whole thing. But it doesn't run all of this code, nor does it look at anything beyond this until the 2 seconds is up. The reason I do it this way, for one, this is also a carryover from Fortresscraft. But two, you don't want to constantly be swapping the tick, like the register tick thing, every time the block state changes. Right? I'm not re-registering a sim tick every single time. It's ticking, the standard, but it's just bouncing out of the function really fast. The very first thing it does is bounce out of it. So it's literally a few nanoseconds versus all of the other, all the rest of the code. Like, it's a massive difference. Okay. So there's a lot going on in there, but it's done in blocks, right? So one block is if we're crafting and the recipe progress is less than 1, which is this block, which means we're not done with what we're crafting yet. So this is, hey, we're not done yet. Let's look at crafting. So how do you craft? Well, we need to go through here. Let's go through. If the power is 0, this is again kind of where I will add that fourth gray, like the paused. If current power equals 0 means we don't have any power. Like, anyway, a lot of when I finally implement the paused machine state, this is what I mean. Like, if power is out, there's no point in continuing, so bounce. If there's no room in output, bounce. And I have a custom condition. If the slot ID equals 0 and the stack is null, that means I want if there's room in any slot, then bounce. We have to have some room. And then I do a calculation of the power for this tick, which is power per second times delta time. This is where I would tweak if I change it from power per second to power per tick. The reason I have power per second is it's not guaranteed to tick at the same rate. And delta time is a fractional second, which is why I did it that way. Because you can tick at whatever rate you want. A machine, you can have a tick rate of every 3 seconds. Right? Then what would your power per tick be? Like, how would you calculate that? So that's why I kind of defined a power per second, because it was easier. But this is prone to rounding errors. If our current power is not enough for this power, then bounce. Bounce it out because we don't have enough power. Then I want to calculate the percent of progress, percent of total. I don't actually use this. Yeah, I can actually remove that. Best not to have a floating point calculation if we don't need it. Recipe power applied, right? Recipe progress is based on how much power you apply to them. So you don't progress a recipe, you apply more power to it. So this rounds the amount of power to apply, and then removes power from electric power. So this is, I'm inheriting electric power from my base object. So if you add your own machine, electric power is how much power you have in the machine at this moment, right? Current power and electric power are the same variable. Current power is read-only. Electric power, you actually have access to electric power. Okay, so doing that actually will progress your recipe by how much power in that tick based on your power per second rating and the amount of time in your delta time. Else if does not get run. If this goes in, else if doesn't get run, because else only hits if this is false, then it checks this. So the only reason it would come in here is if one of these two conditions were false. If this is false or this is false. So this is just another check. This is a sanity check if we're not crafting, which is weird. We shouldn't. The only reason why this would hit is if in between, like literally nanosecond timings, if somebody took an item out of a machine. If it was crafting, boom, and you take something out, that's the only reason that there would be a weird discrepancy between the two. So it shouldn't, I mean, you shouldn't ever hit this code, but I wanted to make sure I put the machine to sleep if we're not crafting. Now, if recipe progress is greater than or equal to 1, and 1 being 100%, it's a percentage base, so recipe progress is 100%, which means we have a thing. So now we need to, temperature is not included in this. So we don't need to worry about temperature when it comes to clay items. And the item stack, the output we're doing is the recipe of the output of the resolved item stack, and we need to clone it. Always clone stuff. You don't set it to equal to this because it will literally equal this, and any changes you do to it will change this. So you don't want to do that. You want to clone it. Now we check has room in output. I need to check, hey, I want to put something out there. ID2 is my primary thing, and I've rewritten this block of code a few times. What was the last time? What was the most efficient? There's because I have some of my recipes have variable output. Yeah, this is where it gets gnarly, because when you have multiple outputs, you know, if one output gets full, then, you know, do you put stuff in the secondary output, or it's just a nightmare. So I'm not gonna do too much with that right now. So if primary output has room, if it's empty, obviously it has room if it's empty, then set the item stack, right? If it's empty, I'm not overriding anything, just set it. If it's not empty, which means coming in here and saying, hey, stack size, let's do capacity left. If the capacity left is 0, it's just another sanity check. It's going to spit the item out above it. Up copy is the position of the block up 1. That's what that does. Spawn the item up above. So whenever my machine, if ever there's a problem with the output, and maybe it didn't calculate quite right and there wasn't space, it'll spit the item out the top. Okay, so if capacity left is greater than the stack size, then typically we're spitting these things out one at a time, right? It would be very weird if we spit these out more than one at a time. But yeah, if we have stack, then we need to merge, and this is stack, item stack merge operation. This is the craziness. Okay, there and there. Try merge stacks. I recently rewrote all of this code because I wasn't merging any of the stacks. And I'm right now pondering whether or not to have even two output stacks at all. Because I would have to rewrite all of this. What machine did I write? Let's see. Was it the kiln? Yeah, see, here's the... What I do with the kiln, because it has 9 output slots, I wasn't going to have 9 blocks of code comparing, oh, is this slot empty? Nope. Okay, is this slot empty? Nope. Is this slot empty? I was like, that is an insane thing to do. So essentially what I do here is I iterate through each slot on its own and do the same thing, although I don't do the merge operation. So this, I didn't, because a lot of the kiln stuff, they don't stack, right? So like the Crocs don't stack. I think the Crucibles do. No, I don't think the Crucibles do once they're fired. If they're fired, they don't stack, which is why the kiln has so many outputs, is they don't stack. So most of the stuff the kiln can do, well, at least the clay stuff doesn't stack. But the kiln can also do like lime to quicklime. So that does stack. So I'm gonna have to rewrite that eventually down the road too. But for now, this will only ever use the first output slot. Man, if I wanted to rewrite this to use both, how would I do that? God, I wish when I saved files in Visual Studio that it trimmed the trailing space. If anybody knows how to do that, if anybody knows if there's a way to do that, to trim the trailing white space off of a line, because a lot of these lines I've found over editing this. Obviously, I can't find any examples now because I'm talking about it, and why would there be things like that? But yeah, I really wish it did that. So basically what this does is I have the output stack. Obviously, I'm not consuming any ingredients yet. I'm not even verifying that we have enough ingredients. That's going to come in a second. Because I have 2 output slots, I need to do a for int I equals 2. That's the slot ID. I is less than 4. I plus plus. Right? So, this is basically like I is going to equal 2 or 3. 2 or 3. Those are my output slot IDs. And I know there's probably a way to do this that's way more efficient. I know. This is how my brain works, though. So, this block of code here can go in here, and instead of 2, I can just put I. You just really, really got to make sure you get them all. All right. No. Okay. This position up copy, this is, you don't put I on there because that's just up. It's just going up 1. You always want copy. Position, you always want copy. I'm just double verifying nothing is out of place. Okay, and then instead of doing output slot.empty, I want to do inventory of I.empty. And you mark it dirty because that resyncs it with the clients. You always want to mark dirty. Okay. I just want to, again, this is my third pass. I want to make sure that I'm not referencing like an output slot or something like that. Inventory is what I'm going for here. Inventory of I. And then if I see, here's the problem with this. The spawn item entity oh man. Welcome back. Here's the issue with this is I only have 2 available. If capacity left, if I equals 2, continue. So what continue does, I is equal to 2, which is the first iteration through. If I is equal to 2, then I haven't checked the second slot. So continue goes back up to here and it goes, okay. Because if capacity left is 0, that means the first one is full. I don't have any capacity left. So go back up and check the second slot. And only if the second output slot is full do you spawn the item. And if I spawn the item, break. All right, now capacity left is less than or equal to stack size. So, or no, capacity left is greater than output stack. Right. If capacity left is greater than, that means I have enough capacity for the entirety of the stack, then merge the stacks. And the reason I had this code, the reason I had to write this code, because I copied this from the MetalPress. The reason I had to do this, the stack merge operation, instead of just increasing the stack size, which is what I had before, is temperature. This is the only thing. The merge operation actually averages the temperatures out. it just automatically averages the temperatures, which is what I have to do here. So if we come down here, that means the stack size, which honestly should only ever be 1. So the fact that this is a thing is just future-proofing it for eventually when we have like grid recipe support, right? That's the only reason why we would do it this way. And when that's the case, this would change, because if current recipe equals null, yeah, that's bad. Okay, here is if capacity is bad, then merge what we can, reduce the stack size. If I equals 3, do that, else continue. Right? Actually, do we want to continue on that? How about if I did it up here? I want to try to be consistent. If I equals 2, I need to mark this dirty. Right? Because I do set it. I do merge it. I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, when my eyeballs start floating, I can't even concentrate on what I'm doing. And if you notice the shirt I'm wearing, if I had a Vintage Story shirt, I would wear that. But I don't. I don't even know if they exist. So Tyrone is out there. We need Vintage Story stuff. And send me a shirt so I can wear one. Okay, if I equals 2, I want to continue. I want to come back up because I have the output stack. I have stuff that I need, and I've already marked that dirty. So continue. Otherwise, the same thing I do here. Do this, which spits it out the top, and then break. Right? But if I do that, it's never going to hit this line. It literally would never hit that line. So that marks that dirty. Try merge. I equals 2. Yeah. What I'm trying to do here is if has room and output of I, if that's false, means we don't have input, do this, but only do this if I equals 2 continue. Else do this. Because I want to check that second slot. I want to make sure if that second slot is full, then spawn it out. Only then. Okay. Now, I just realized I need a find matching recipe. I need to add another variable to my recipe. Recipe max power needed. Public int recipe clay needed. Amount of clay required to duplicate raw clay input or raw clay item in program slot. Okay. So the amount of power that we need, and then how much clay we're going to need. Remember, when you're clay forming, you get 25 little voxels of clay per clay that you have in your inventory, per clay unit or whatever. So I need to know how much total clay this object takes to craft. Now I could add a custom recipe and then duplicate all of the clay forming recipes and do all of this calculation at runtime. But what's the point? It doesn't really matter when it's calculated. When you put a clay item in the input slot, it just runs that code and it's just like, whoop, this is the item you put in, this is the cost, this is the power cost, this is the voxels, and it's just boom, all that stuff can be done right then and there. So, and these variables are only ever assigned in that find matching recipe function, right? That's what these variables are assigned. Outside of that, yes, there's going to be one other place, but that is the from tree attributes, because that's the server updating us. Okay, go back down to our function on SimTick. And I think recipe progress, this is when everything gets done. So if we come down this line here, all right, so this will spawn everything or put it in the slot if it holds it. If current recipe.outputs.length, this only runs if there's variable outputs, which there is not, so I can clear all of that because there's not going to be secondary outputs of this machine, right? That was only for like the metal press, making a plate, and then a little bit of metal bits. That's what that block of code was for. This thing does not do that. All right, so damage the mold. Again, we're not going to damage the input item, so we don't need to damage anything. So again, this block of code is not needed. All this does is set the durability. It'll play the breaking sound. If it breaks, it spits the metal bits off the top of the machine. So if you hear that sound near one of your machines, one of your molds broke, and you got to go collect the bits because they spit out the top. Okay, so now we want to take out the recipe ingredients, right? But the current recipe .ingredients.quantity, I don't think if we look at a clay forming recipe, anvil mode, we go to ingredients, there is no quantity here. There's no quantity. But we are going to calculate that when the item goes in. And I just added that variable, if you remember. So we're going to take out recipe clay needed. Mark dirty. Obviously, we want to mark that dirty. And again, there's going to be a lot of other code in here when I add the program, but that would just complicate things and probably confuse everybody. So I don't want to do that. All right. So take out the clay needed and then mark it dirty. But what this does, I don't know if it's this line or this line. It's one of these lines automatically hit that on slot modified. It automatically calls that because the slot is modified when you take stuff out. So you take out, it modifies the slot, marks it dirty, which syncs it with the client, and then we find the matching recipe. Because you're not guaranteed that you're going to have the same thing again, right? So you want to make sure the recipe is good to go. And if there's no recipe found, then you want to go back to sleep. So is crafting false, state change sleeping, blah, 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 recipe power applied equals 0. This is the only place this really is set to back to 0. This means the recipe completed. This means we're on to the next item. So reset the recipe progress, which is what this does. Mark it dirty. Again, sets. This is the slot. This is the inventory marking dirty. This is the machine. This is the actual block entity marking dirty. And then I do another call here, mark block entity dirty. This is a deeper call into the game. Mark block entity dirty. Not 100% sure if that's needed, but I do it anyway because I've seen it. You know, the base game code is not 100% consistent. And so yeah, this is that right there. Is I've seen places in the vanilla code that they do this and this. So I'm like, you know what? Let's do them both. All right, initialize. This is what's called. I'm going to clear this. Did a check and I couldn't find any official. Yeah, I don't think there is. You know, if Tyrone is out there, give me a VS shirt and I'll wear one of those when I do these codes. Oh, here's an example of where I want eliminating white space out of here. Anyway, okay, so initialize. This is called in a couple instances, and you need to be very, very acutely aware of when these are called. Initialize is called, as you can see, this message is called right after the block entity was spawned. So you place the block in the world. The block is placed. The game automatically instantiates the block entity. Boom. This is called initialize. It's also called when the chunk loads. If the block exists and you leave the area and you come back and the chunk loads and this block exists, it will also call this function. But it calls this function after from tree attributes is called, right? So the order of operations is very important in this situation. So you want to make sure your initialize, accounts for all of that. Your register game tick listener. This is when the chunk loads, you want to make sure the machine is ticking. That's what this does. Again, it's only on the server and every 100 milliseconds, 1/10 of a second. Initialize animator. This is going to be VECNC. This is the animator. The animutil exists, and I inherit this animutil from the base block entity, electric BE. And it only exists if this block entity, this entity behavior by type, this only exists if this line of code is in here. Animatable, right? That behavior has to exist for animutil to not equal null. And again, the animation is only on the client. The server does not care about the animation. It's only on the client. Which is why this block of code is in the client side, not the server side. This is the server side, this is the client side. And then I initialize the inventory, blah, 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 and then I find matching recipe. It's just automatically, if the inventory, I need to set this to 1. Because if there's something in the program slot, not the input slot. Unlike all of the other machines, the input slot does not dictate what the thing is making. It's the program slot that dictates that. So only when there's something in the program slot, which is inventory of 1, do I want to find matching recipe. You can put stuff in the input slot and the machine will just sit there and be like, I don't care what you put in here. It's the program slot that's important in this machine. That dictates what you do. So if there's something in that slot, then you find matching recipe, which is again why you do not reset crafting progress in this function. State change is important because this starts the animation, right? This is where I pull the attribute crafting anim code. This starts the animation, otherwise stop the animation. And if the dialog is open, then update it. Mark it dirty, which is the state change, right? Anytime the state changes is a big event. On player right click, this opens and closes the GUI. And then, yep, there we go. I already sent this, which is the BECNC. So I've already set all that up in my GUI. On received client packet, this is the server. Remember in our GUI, we send a packet when you click the enable button. Right? When you click the enable button, I send a packet and I encode it with packet ID 1002. It's just standard across all my machines. So I pick up that packet at 1002, and if that is, then I switch the state. If is it enabled, then turn it off. Otherwise, turn it on, whether it's on or sleeping. Determines if it's crafting. And again, there's a little bit of code that's going to change in here once I add that fourth state of paused. And then I mark it dirty again, which syncs it back to the client. Right? So this is the funny handshake. You click the button as the client. That sends the packet to the server. The server switches the state and then pushes it back to the client, which then you see, when you see that text change to off, that was the server informing, hey, now I'm off, right? The client doesn't actually set its own booleans. The client gets that data from the server. Okay. On received server packet, this called whenever a blocking any packets that the blocks is received from the server. So this is the server basically pushing data to the client. To and from tree attributes. This is kind of important. This is custom data that we need to. This is essentially what data is relevant to my status right now. Recipe power applied, that is essentially what progress we have, whether or not we're crafting. This may not be exactly 100%. And then you always want to call base, because the base, which is the electric block entity, automatically does all the power stuff. Like it does a machine state. Like there's a lot of base variables that it automatically does. So you don't have to do that. Just things relevant to this block entity. Now, you could put in the clay, recipe clay. You could put in recipe power. You could do all of that. But we already have a function that does all of that, which is that find matching recipe. Automatically will calculate all of that. So the from tree attributes, this is essentially called when A, the block is loaded from disk, and B, when we get data from the server. So if we get data from the server, we automatically call find matching recipe every time. So this is called, and the server updates you every couple seconds anyway, right? It's constantly spitting pulses of updates to you. So this function is going to be called a lot. And it automatically will set those max values. So we don't need to save those to disk. all we need to save is the progress to the recipe. That's the only thing that really changes that we need to sync. The power is automatically synchronized for you. That's in the base. That's this call in the base. That's automatically done. You don't have to worry about that. The recipe progress is really the only thing relevant. The is crafting, again, this is a very old piece of code that's just lingered, right? And it would take me a couple weeks to go through and root this out, because this variable is also set in here, right? So it's overridden already in here easily. And then if we're in the client, then go ahead and update yourself. And the state change is just always called. I found that it's you automatically change the state, whatever the machine state is that we get from the server. And if the dialog is open, go ahead and set it. And the mark dirty on the client, remember, this is in this block of code, we're only on the client side. So this is it's not an infinite loop, right? It's going to just redraw it on the client. It's just make sure that it redraws, which includes the dialog. It's just going to redraw that dialog. All right. That is essentially all we need to do. That's the base of all we need to do. The other thing I want to make sure we do is go to find matching recipe, and I want to put a breakpoint here. Because remember, I need to figure out how to get that max power needed, and then I need to recipe clay needed equals 4, right? Then I need to go to on SimTick. If we're crafting and we're recipe progress, right? This means we're crafting. I want to make sure. No, I don't want to do a comment. I want to make sure. God, look at all that white space. If input slot, we'll do inputs. Let's see. I need to verify the input item, and B, verify the input stack, right? If, let's say we put a mass ingot mold into that slot, and it's going to require 25 clay. Well, if there's less than 25 clay in the input, there's not enough clay, so don't do it. But I also need to make sure that there's clay in there and not wooden planks, right? If I just look at the item stack, you could literally put anything in the item stack and be like, oh, I don't care what this is. So I need a block of code to verify the input, the item, and the stack size. So how do I do this? I already have the clay forming recipe, so I know if I look at the clay forming recipe, this. So the ingredient is a wild card with these variants. That's going to be very important for us when we try to verify the item. So, verify input type and stack size is what we need to craft. And remember, this is verifying every tick, because somebody, if the craft starts and somebody removes stuff out of that input slot, like, you have to stop the craft, because it's like, it would be bad if you tried to remove items out of an empty slot. It would crash hard. So you need to verify all of this stuff. Verify input type and stack size is what we need to craft. So if current recipe does not equal null, right? Now that's a sanity check to make sure that we have the clay forming recipe. Now, how do we want to do this? Let's think for a second. The stack size is the easiest thing to check. If input stack, well, I want to do input slot dot empty. Do I, if input slot dot empty return. God, I wish it wouldn't do that sometimes. No input items bounce. Right? If we're crafting and we have enough power and recipe progress is not 100%, right? We're crafting. We're in the middle of crafting, but there's nothing in our inventory. There's no input. Then bounce. Like we don't have any. We have an item that we want to craft. We're actively wanting to craft it, but there's nothing in there. That's what that line does. If input slot dot empty return. Now, if that is not true, right? That means input slot has something in it. Now we need to see if input slot dot item stack dot stack size is less than recipe clay needed. Return. Why? What? No. What the hell are you doing, game? Oh, you're trying to. Jesus Christ. Sometimes the auto code thing is just way off. Sometimes it's really good, but sometimes it's way off. We do not have enough clay. We do not have enough clay. Bounce. So, recipe clay needed. Again, that variable is going to be set in the find matching recipes. Right now, I'm hard coding it because I don't know what variable to use or how the clay recipe actually resolves. So I have to do something. So that's the easiest of the variables to check is the stack size of what's in there compared to how much we need. Because remember, the current recipe is not equal to null, which means we're dealing with a clay item. If this were false, then we're not dealing with a clay item, and we're not supporting that yet anyway. So I'm gonna have a lot of code to do here way down the road when I actually get the workbench and stuff working. But anyway, if input slot dot item stock that stack size. Okay, now we need to verify. Now we need to verify the actual ingredient to our stack. Okay, so there is a wildcard util. If current recipe dot ingredient dot is wildcard, right? And if we look, this would be true. Is wildcard. Is true. When this resolves, it sets to wildcard. Right? Then we need to match any of those variants. So we need to look at the item, the possible variance of that item to the ingredients that we have. And I know I did this backwards in my recipes, that I had to recode some of my recipes because I did it backwards. So let me peek a little bit at, say, my metal press recipe and look at where was it? Matches. So the ingredient has to satisfy, right? The resolved item stack has to satisfy the item. Requires variance. We're going to adopt match. Requires slot. So you pass in the wildcard and you compare it to the thing that you have. Okay. So if this is a wildcard, then we have to do current recipe ingredient that is wildcard. Wildcard util dot satisfy, no, match. Dang it. My brain just was like, yes, match. Okay. Now we need to do the right value. Asset location wildcard. Asset location encode allowed variance. Okay. I thought there was a dot sat. No. What was it? Oh, satisfies the ingredient. Ingredients of 0, but yeah. I have to do dot match. Then I need to set asset location. Needle and haystack. No, it's not needle and haystack. Current recipe dot ingredient. In code is input slot dot item stack dot collectible dot code. I think. Yeah. Current recipe dot ingredient dot allowed variance. Current recipe dot ingredient. Yeah, this is not crafting recipe ingredient dot. It's not a resolved item stack would be null because it's a wild card, so you can't use that. Current recipe dot ingredient. What do I set this to? Asset location. How does the base game do this? It must, because this is a wild card, so there isn't a code to it, right? It's not Current recipe dot ingredient. No, it's dot ingredient. I'm gonna bet that the game is gonna split out. Well, would the game take this recipe and duplicate it for both types of clay? There would be a clay blue version and a clay fire version. My guess is yes, there would. Because that's what the game does when you resolve. There's two versions. So the recipes I grab would probably match the exact clay type, and it would say either blue or fire clay. But the problem is, let's say you craft the thing with blue clay. Okay. They output the same item. The clay is irrelevant. But I'm pretty sure bricklayers is specific. So in that case, it probably wouldn't matter because blue would output blue, red would output red, porcelain blah would output porcelain blah, whatever. You wouldn't need... It would be a one-to-one relationship. It would be an exact match. But putting the raw anvil in, when it's iterating through and looking at all the recipes, whatever recipe it hits first, it's going to want that specific type of clay. It's not going to care if it has more than one type of clay supplied. So that's a problem. How these recipes are defined. One thing we can do is we can look at the base game. Oh my god, DN Spy, let's go. Okay, clay forming recipe. Let's do an analyze. Used by a bunch of QP tech stuff in there. Oh, it's just so. Oh my god. The number of things that he has in here, like clay. How does he? Oh my god, he's iterating through. Oh man, am I gonna have to do? Oh, I really hope I don't have to go through every single layer. I really hope I don't have to do that. But let's look at block entity clay form. Is when you're clay forming, right? When you're in the middle of clay forming, this is the block entity. This is the block that you're looking at, that you're interacting with. Matches recipe. Okay. Matches recipe layer. Selected recipe. Next not matching recipe layer. This is what builds the layers up and up and up. Crazy amount of code. I'm trying to find... Check if finished. Voxels. So the biggest you can have it is 16 by 16 by 16. That's the largest volume that you can do with clay. Available voxels. Try 500. What is tries? What? While output stack size. Is greater than 0 and tries minus is greater than 0. 500 tries. What is it trying to do? Why? Man, this is some bizarre code. Why the hell is that in there? This is literally like output stack size. Like, this is like a bowl, right? Output stack is like the bowl. And it's going to try 500 times to put the bowl in your inventory? What? Push event. Whoa, bizarre. This is bizarre. Tries less than or equal to 1. Tried to drop finished clay forming item, but failed after 500 times. What? That is bizarre. That's a weird block of code. Check if finished. That set block. That just sets the block. That's pretty straightforward. Block entity clay form. Look at the size of this. On block. This is essentially when you finish. It's like this is run many times. So used by, on, use over. Yeah. This right here, check if finished. So this is when you use the clay over the top. Tool mode. This is your 3x3, 1x1, stuff like that. Crazy. Oh my god, this is so crazy. Yeah, the napping and the clay forming, crazy functionality, and the chiseling is, you have no idea how crazy complex this stuff gets. This is why I haven't really touched it. So props to Quentin to actually, the chisel tools, like that is a crazy amount of work that he did on that. So the set block is what swaps the block. So when you finish a clay item, it detects that and it removes the in progress clay item that you were having, and it swaps it with the thing that you were, with the recipe that you actually did. The set block is what swaps that. Which is why, it changed textures, it changes color, it looks different because the block swaps over. Yeah, set block. If it errors, it sets it to 0, which is error. So it just is like, oh man, weird. And if it's not a block, this is why it puts it into your inventory. Like your bowls. It just spits them into your inventory. Setting recipe. Well, I don't know if there's a way. I mean, matches recipe. This is. I was hoping to see if it actually checked the clay that you had, but when you're holding clay in your hand and you shift right click and it comes up with that GUI to select the recipe, that's already too late. It's already iterated through the types of recipes the clay you're holding supports. So it's already filtered with the clay items that you're holding. So how do we do this. Okay, so the other thing we need to do in order to test this, we need to go to the vintage engineering mod. This is the mod, right? So we add now the next block entity, VE, BE, CNC. BECNC. This is what determines the string that you use in your here for entity class. VE, CNC. Right? That's the mapping. This maps to here. That's what determines that. Okay. Now, so it matches this string with this object. And I preface all mine with VE just in case somebody else comes in and put, you know, if there's a different mod that adds, maybe somebody does a kitchen set. They have a stove, a fridge, a freezer, a blender, or whatever, right? They could add their own block entities, and I didn't want mine to interrupt with theirs. Very, very distinct. But yeah, this is all you need to do to get the game to load that. Okay, so I guess if the find matching recipes already splits apart the item, if we put the object inside, we are going to need to iterate through to see how are we going to do that? Because it's a one-to-many relationship, like the anvil, right? The anvil mold can be made both with blue clay and fire clay. It's a one-to-many relationship. So if we have the anvil mold in the program slot, and we have clay X in the input slot, we need to verify the anvil mold can be made by that clay. Okay. Can we do that without iterating through all the clay forming recipes? I don't think we could. I don't think we could. I think we have to iterate through all the clay forming recipes, which I don't want to do. I don't want to do that. So how about I need to know what variables we have access to, which this is why we have this here. Okay, let's build, make sure we can build it. If there's any errors, look at that. First development, no errors. Let's see. See, 69 clay forming recipes. That tells me, yeah, it is duplicating those recipes. Okay. This is my test world, as you can see. I've got all the things, all of the things ready to go here. And we want CNC. Look at that. VECNC is already in there. It doesn't have a recipe yet, obviously. So we want to give block vent eng VECNC-north. And we plop this down. Now, let's compare back to the GUI. Here's my GUI, right? As a comparison, this is my GUI mockup. Let's see how we did. Oh my god. Go away. Shrink this down. God. I know there's a way to do it. Why can't I zoom out? Why can't my brain move? I don't want to move. I want to zoom out. Fit to screen. I know when I hold control and space, I don't know what is going on. There we go. It's up and down. I know it's left and what? Oh wow, okay, whatever. So there's the comparison. There's the comparison of my mock-up to what is printed out. Pretty darn close, wouldn't you say? Right? Pretty darn close to what I was going for. I can close Photoshop. I don't need that anymore. I want my memory back. Okay, so this movable, please. Okay, so I want to give myself a clay item. Rock. Give. This is a block. Croc dash raw dash east. Okay. Because I have a breakpoint in my code, this is going to the millisecond I put this croc in that program slot, it's gonna go back to my code. So go in here and boom. Why what? Okay, well that's a bug. So I gotta go to the inventory. Oh, I just feel the cat hair in my nose. So this is a bug with this. Boink. Why? What is going on? Why is this? Can contain. I know for a fact. I'm at a loss now. What is going on here? Okay. I really need to disable the music in the game. It literally gets on my nerves because I hear the same. I literally hear the same 5 minutes of music 100 times when I'm developing because it does not change. So why in the world was it not even calling? It should have easily come in here. Was this mapped wrong? Inventory CNC. Input slot. I don't care about output slot. Extra output slot. I don't care about that. I don't use it. I don't use either of these. Program slot is fine. Input stack is fine. There's something happened. It's like the dialogue. Maybe the dialogue does not have the right inventory map to it. It was trying to run. Oh. I think I know what it is. Let me verify that. On SimTick, where is... Player right click. CNC, it's passing in the inventory. Yeah. I think it's in the inventory. Where's my initialization? There it is, storage type. So the storage flags, if we look, so it's another way of easily limiting what can go in a slot is the storage flag. If we look, course open. No, not a base game. Let's go to here. Open block LB. No, if we go to item parts and let's go to like press mode, pretty easy. Storage flags. Storage flags 4097 is 4096 plus 1. So it's flag 1 and 4096. Well, the storage type is enum item storage flags custom 2. That's 4096. That's that flag. And then 1, if we go to enum storage, enum item storage flags, right? 1 is general. We go down here, 4096 is custom 2. Right? So all of my like molds and dyes and stuff use this. But they also have general because you have to have general. Otherwise you can't put it in, you couldn't have put it in a chest. Like you couldn't do anything with it other than put it into this machine. So it has to have the other one, but yeah. But it also restricts what you can't put in there. Right? So if something doesn't have this flag, you couldn't put it in there. So general plus this. So that is why the clay item wouldn't go in there, because I think, let's verify that. Let's do it again. And the can contain is another layer of restriction. So the storage flag is like a low-end built-in way of doing it, and then the can contain is a layer above that, like on the surface, more on the surface. So now, boom, now we go into can contain, and we go and it says, hey, sync slot is 1, right? And it says, hey, let's go and run to cursor. We found the recipe, right? Clay forming recipe. We found a recipe. So let's look in our watch list. Oh my God, I don't want to dock it. Please stop doing that. So this is the recipe that we matched, and we matched it with the blue. But is this a wild card? No. So it is indeed giving me a separate recipe for this item. Okay. If it didn't, this wildcard would equal true, and there would be variants in here. Allow, let's see. Ingredient. Let's look at voxels. Ooh. Wow. Okay. Pattern is 7 layers. Oh my God. Each layer is 5. Man, it's really a shame. I think voxels is the actual... Well, none of these are true, right? Right. So, I'm not sure... The pattern dictates the voxels, so it seems to me that none of these are true. So 0 is the first layer. So because none of those are true, that tells me that the voxels is kind of like the progress. So true would be there's a voxel there, which the user has put in. So there's nothing... Oh, that's unfortunate. There's nothing in here telling me how many... Let's at least look at the croc. Clay, yes. So the croc has both types, but we're only looking at blue right now. That's a problem. Because if it does support the red or the fire clay. So we can have blue or fire clay for the croc. And we need to be able to support both. And I know bricklayers, if memory serves on our multiplayer game, when you fire the fire clay version of the croc, it's a different croc. It's a different looking croc. Because I remember that we had Oz had a chest or a crate of regular blue crocs and a crate for fire crocs. And I know you could make crocs out of many, many different colors of clay. So bricklayers is specific. So do we care? I think I'm going to need...
That's a tough one, because yeah, usually you would want the versatility, but at the same time, do you want to account for all the things that could happen?
Okay, so here we found the recipe again. And which clay type did we match this time? Blue. So blue clay is what we matched first. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go through. This is going to be a royal pain. Yeah, when I saw it in Quentin's code, I was like, "Yep, I'm probably going to have to iterate through the entire pattern and count up how many voxels there are," which is why I want to do it once and only once to do that. So yeah. This sets the clay forming, sets it to, yep. Okay, so right? Machine power low, obviously this isn't wired in, not yet anyway, but it recognized that this is a valid thing, and if I wired it in, the connection is actually right there. Oh, this always happens to me. Now it should give me... Oh my god, what happened? What function? Get end offset. Well, this is bizarre. This is new. What is... Item slot.itemstack.get. What the hell did I just do? Get end offset. Item stack. Interesting. How is that even possible? So item slot.item stack, which is a player, right? Active hotbar slot, which is empty. It shouldn't have even called this with that being empty. I have literally been coding this for 2 months with this, and I've never had this crash. Ever. So I just inadvertently found a weird edge case crash bug, I guess. Because I scrolled my mouse. I really... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, sometimes when I crash... Could not be found. What? What? There we go. Yeah. It really does not like it when you crash. Visual Studio does not like it when you crash. It was like... Let's see if I can replicate that crash really quick. What just happened? Program slot dot item stack dot collectible. Oh, it really does not like something happening. Failed loading block entity. Yeah. This is why I've had to move. I was over there. I was over there for my testing, and I had to move over here because with these crashes I was corrupting block spaces. So I had to move over here because I was, some of the block spaces were actually corrupted. Oh my god, my inventory is just so bad. So this block space might be bad going forward, just so you know. If I do this and then roll over, no, see? Like how is that? Okay, I don't know. I'm at a loss for how that happened. Because you shouldn't ever even get that call unless you're holding either wire or the wire cutters. the only thing that gives you that bounding box of the wire, right? That's the only thing that does it. So how was I able to call anyway? Whatever. And we have power already. Remember, that's all that stuff is set for you. Give block, croc. Oh, jeez. Croc raw, of course. Dash raw dash east. And in. Okay, this is wrong. I'm not sure why. That's weird. Okay. It's almost like it's losing. This window is way too big. I wish it would remember your window size, but it doesn't. Yeah. 2% music, everybody. 2%. The music is way too loud in this game. Why does it lose? I think it's losing it because in my sim tick, I'm basically like doing this. That's working. Yep. I want to know why that is behaving badly. So let's go up to find matching recipe. Boink. F5. CF. Blue clay. Rock raw east. Yes, yes, yes. Crafting equals true. On. Break. Break that out. Current recipe is not null. Return true. Oh, now it's gonna set. Now it's gonna be like, oh, I'm good now. Really? Okay. So here, crafting game block croc. Obviously, something is wrong with my language git. Which means if I go to GUI, to update, let me look at update here. Update. Where is it? There it is. It's not updating. At all. Like, why is that? Place a rock. Wow. Okay. Get help text. Current recipe is null. What? Current recipe is null. That should not happen. My God, my brother is typing me paragraphs of code. Really?
In relation to this, or
No.
just...
He just picks random times during the day and he just starts sending me like blocks of code. And not code, but like blocks of text. And I'm like, whoa, I can't keep up with that shit.
Yeah.
I inadvertently, because he's working on investment stuff, so he's got his own portfolio management software that he's written, which is just brilliant. And he's got his own like stock analysis point system that he's developing. And I inadvertently pointed out a stock to him that brought out a bug in his code. So he's been working for the last like several days trying to track down this bug because his score value wasn't matching he was manually calculating it and coming up with one value, and then his software was coming up with a completely different value. And he was like, what in the world? Why are these two values different? They should be the same, right? It's the same calculation. So he's been investigating that for several days to try to track down where the code is, and apparently he's finally found it. And it was because the stock split, and so his software wasn't including that change. So it had the historical data had X amount of stock data, right? Because he pulls massive amounts of market data from online sources, and he's been doing that for months and months. So he has historic data that have the old stock values, and then his new data, it's split like back in September. His new data has the newer stock options, which if you imagine, let's say a stock is $170 back in September. It's $170, it's floating around, and then it splits. Well, what happens to the stock? It cuts in half the value. You get a 2-for-1. Let's say it's $150. It's a little easier math on my brain. It's $150. It drops to $75. Right? His software was treating that like it had literally dropped 50% in value. Not a split, but a 50% in value, and then continued on. So the score, right, the relative score of the strength of the stock was way down because it didn't take into account the split. So that's what he's telling me, is he actually tracked that down. So yay. I don't get a commission or anything for it. But I'm glad it's, better. Okay, so I'm gonna F5. I wanna gracefully exit. Jesus Christ. Because I want everything to save properly. If I'm debugging and I just quit debugging, that's bad, because nothing gets saved to disk. So all the blocks I give myself, all the little things that I do doesn't get saved. So Yeah, it's always wise to exit gracefully. So what was happening, I think, is it was validating the item. Current recipe. It is sending the current recipe when it updates. Update. Recipe progress. Current power. And the recipe. Those are the relevant things thus far. So when I open it, it automatically updates it. All right, I need to close what I don't need in here, because it's confusing me. Let's see. Oh, he's gonna print out a bunch of text again. Well, okay. I need to think through first. Bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Man, I can think straight again. Let's see. I don't care about state change. I care the two most relevant functions are find recipe So when it finds a recipe, go in here, set the recipe, blah, 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 blah. I don't update. Do any of my other machines update the GUI? No, I don't. My GUI update is in the from tree attributes. Find matching recipe. State change, regardless. If it's opened, update the thing. It should When I get data from the server, it should, boom, it should update this thing right away. So the get help text, why would that recipe equal null? I even set, do I set? I set the initial variables. Current recipe equals BE test machine dot current recipe. Even if it's null, I want to set it. All right. It's weird that it's weird that I instantiate the GUI and then I immediately update it, and somehow that recipe was still null, even though that thing was in the slot, in the proper slot. Okay, so find matching recipe. So bizarre. Okay. Current recipe. I'm finding it here. Close this, open this. Why? It says it's not crafting. That is wrong. You see the way up the top of the screen, BECNC, not crafting. That should be crafting. It should be crafting. Why is it not crafting? What is going on with this thing? Really? That's my inventory way down there. I want to on current recipe is null. Something is happening to my current recipe. Whoa. What? Yeah, I get it. I get it. You don't have to keep telling me that there's a freaking crash. Yeah, when you're debugging, this stuff happens all the time. It doesn't mean that there's a bug. It just means that your wires were crossed and something happened. So what is overriding the current recipe? Something is setting that to null that shouldn't be setting that to null. What is setting the current recipe to null? Okay, it's not in the freaking GUI. Let's stop looking in there. It has to be in find matching recipe. I mean, it has to be. This right here. But why would it set it to null and then not set it again? I don't understand. Cat, I don't have the time right now. Sorry. I just got rid of all the fur in my nose.
Lucy came to give you a refresher.
Yeah, she's like, oh, he stopped itching his nose so much. I need to go over there.
Cats. Gotta love them. Or they'll eat your face off.
Because my client is calling this. When I open that UI, there she is. Yep. Reaching her paw up. Hey, I want to come in your lap for 2 minutes. Yeah, come on, cat. You know the routine. Oh, now we have an exception. Yeah. This is something borked with the...
She's got to keep you on your toes.
The block entity corrupted. I don't need to plug it in right now. So yeah, it's weird. It's like the why is that still set? And then she just walks away. Like fucking cat, man. I love her, but Jesus. Her little brain is just doesn't quite work there.
Yeah.
Current recipe equals no. How is that possible? What is going on here? I don't know why this gets run so much. It should not be composing it 6 trillion times. Just run, please, for God's sakes. I'm missing something basic.
I haven't been paying enough attention to capture anything. Is anybody else watching that can help him?
I don't think so. Yeah. The machine itself, the recipe is being set.
Is there a way to set a watch that will trigger exactly when a value changes? I know some.
There's a condition of a breakpoint that you can do that breaks only when that condition is met. I don't know if there's a way to do it when something changes.
Okay.
But I can do this. And open this. Put this in here. Right? Program slot does not equal empty. Current recipe equals null. Now current recipe is going to be set. Machine power low. Close. Open. Nothing has changed. My breakpoint hasn't changed. How then is the... This has to be a client-server thing. 100% a client-server thing. Let's go down to from tree attributes. Here. Oh my God, can you get that thing out of my face? Thank you. Jesus. This is the first time I've had a problem with, like, inventory weirdness. Place a raw clay item or program in the program slot. It should not be sleeping. Inventory? Ow. Claws. She comes over, bothers me, goes, eats a little bit of food, and comes back. And then digs her claws into my leg. Thanks, cat. Appreciate that. Is crafting... Find matching recipe... Run to cursor. That's set. Yes. What is setting this? Why is this? It's like the block entity it's looking at is not the same block entity that I'm interacting with. Current recipe. It's yeah, I hear the purrs. I do. But you pick the worst possible time to jump in the lab. You would just jump in here, do the attention per thing just once, and then fall asleep, and then just sleep. That would be fine. But no. We have to redo this cycle over and over and over and over and over and over again. All day long. What is going on here? This is so weird. You notice how the wind sounds is it's just constant in this game. You never can escape it. I really wish they'd remove that, because it's just when you're testing and you're trying to concentrate and there's just nonstop wind sound in your ear, it's like, Jesus, give it a rest, game. Like, there are days that have no wind. They do exist.
I think a large part of that is the essentially biome you're in.
Well, sure, but Jesus Christ, like, it's just annoying. Little things like that.
It would be nice if there was like a tester mode.
Yeah. Well, a tester mode that didn't involve like creative super flat worlds, because I hate testing in that environment, because that's not real. That's why I don't test on those kinds of worlds. The super flat, like, creative mode. I don't test. I never test creative mode ever. 'Cause I don't care about creative mode. Like, the creative mode is not the game to me. So this must be happening because of my SimTick run. It's the only reason that I can think of. But I'm not setting. I'm not setting the recipe, I'm just checking it. This is the first time I've ever had a weird problem like this. Something is setting the recipe to null. Yeah, I can't put a breakpoint on this. just want to kind of go through this a little bit with a finer tooth comb without having to narrate what the hell I'm doing, because that's probably what my problem is I was unable to concentrate on what I was doing.
Yep. Really complex things, I can imagine. It's tough to stream.
Programs.empty, clear it all out. Otherwise, set it. This should not be. Bet you that was it. Somebody want to bet me $100 that was it?
Nope, not even sure what you had done. So
Well, if you're watching the stream, it'll be on there in no
Yep.
time. Yeah, I bet you that's what it was.
all right, you got it figured out.
Maybe. We're gonna test it here in a second. I just want to do another one. I want to do a pass over here, just to check.
Gotcha.
Because what was basically happening? Remember, I've said several times while I've gone through this, with position, with other variables, you clone or copy the variable that you find. The reason is, in C#, when you have a complex type, that's not a base type like an int or a float, when you have a complex type, it's always passed by reference. So when you grab something and you set one thing equal to another, if it's a complex type and the original thing goes out of scope, the garbage collector will collect that object. So what this was doing, it was declaring this for each. So the CF variable was being created as I was going through. And when it matched, I set it equal. But as soon as it bombed out of this function, this variable no longer existed. So the garbage collector picked it up. Well, that means the thing pointing at that also doesn't exist, which is why it was null. So it was like finding it and immediately going out of scope, because it was like, ooh, I found it, and then boom, I'm out. So how much do you want to bet? I bet you this is what it was. It just took me to like put the brakes on and like really look to see what it was. But if that wasn't it, then I'm really up shit creek, because the output is fine. Well, I do this anyway. Find matching recipe. Okay, let me go to definition. Yeah, they need it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Almost certain that was it. Yeah, this is also one of the reasons why program slot item stack collectible. What? What? Program slot item stack. saying there's nothing in there. Program slot. Block ID 503. Oh, you know what I bet? Yeah, because I crashed. Yeah. That's why this is booting. That's why this is kicking problems. Failed loading block entity. Yeah. It does not like... God, every time I blaze something, it kicks me in here, and it's like, no, just stop. Okay, do that. Okay, because when it crashes, the game kind of gets scrambled a little bit. So those kinds of bugs, yeah, I ignore them, and they can be tough to ignore, but they are ignorable. So croc give block croc raw east and done. Okay. Now, as you can see, I'm not losing... Okay, yes. I'm not losing that. And you can see on the top, the crafting. 0%. That was the problem. I was not copying the valid recipe that it was detecting. Jesus, that was... Whew, my brain was starting to short circuit. Honestly, like it was looking at that going, what in the world? What in the world would cause that? And yeah, it was not cloning that recipe. So if I actually power it up, oh jeez, there we go again. Stop breakpointing right there, please. Oh my god. There we go again. Why is this crashing? I have never had this crash before. Player, that inventory manager, active hotbar slot, dot item. Why is this crashing? Get end offset, on render frame. Yeah, this is gonna hard crash. Okay, I need to add some code in here because this is freaking annoying. Can attach wire. It's weird. It should only be called when you're holding wire, and yet it's calling when you're not holding wire. It's weird. Like, why is this being called when it should be impossible? It's like the block, like when I breakpoint, you know, when I'm going back and forth in Visual Studio and it's breaking and then it's trying to go back, it's like that's so weird. So if player dot inventory manager dot active hotbar slot dot empty return vec dot to vec 3f. Oh Jesus, come on. Just once, just do the right thing. There we go. So a sanity check, active hotbar slot dot empty Because, yeah, this item stack was null. I don't know how that happens. This should not happen. Because this only gets called when you have wire or wire cutters in your inventory, or when you're in your active hotbar slot. I don't understand how this would ever get called otherwise. But let's do a sanity check. I haven't touched the Catanary mod in a long freaking time. But I am really tired of that crash, because now I've got to reset the whole enchilada. I'm gonna get a whole bunch of errors, because that block entity is probably corrupt again, and oh yeah, it's gonna be just nasty. Yep, there's that again. There's that. Where the hell did it put? Okay, whatever. Jesus, stop bricking into that. Jesus Christ. Okay, this goes to there. Now, I gotta do give block rock raw east. How many times have I done that today? Okay, dialog box, you can go away now. Come on. Go away. I don't need you anymore. Go away, dialog. There you go. No, we're right back. We're right back to where we were. This might be a result of that block entity, that space getting corrupted. So let's go here and do that again. There it is. Yeah. Okay, so crafting game block croc. Obviously, that does not work. For some reason, GUI get help text. Current recipe is fine. Croc raw east. So lang code should build up. Game block croc raw east. Get help text. So one thing we can do, F9, F5, draw the damn thing, close it, and then hit it again. But then strip this out. Instead of output text doing that, do... What was the other call? It was output stack. Rather than do this, which doesn't work, output stack dot get name. And then I can hot reload, which basically refreshes, recompiles, and then Boom. Rock. Okay. Now though, we don't have any input. So we need to verify we need the input. Okay. So that is being saved. Good to good. Okay. Let's save and leave so we actually are not corrupting anything. Now we need to, now that we've gotten over that massive hurdle, we can actually start verifying stuff and things. Okay. So that was a crazy 2-hour tangent trying to solve that problem. So we need to verify ingredients. We need to verify that we have ingredients. And we need the GUI to actually say, hey, we need stuff. And we need to count up. Okay, so let's do first things first. We need to public int count clay block souls. Okay. Int output output box equals 0. Not that you need to do that. Return output box, just so it gets rid of that error. Now, I'm already going to set the recipe. So, for int layer equals 0, layer is less than current recipe dot quantity layers, layer plus plus, for int x equals 0, x is less than 16, x, well, x is less than current rest. No, not that whole line. Just, can I just do one little? There we go. Current recipe dot pattern. Was it? It was pattern. Pattern is a double. Pattern dot get length. I think. Because this is the. So the layer is 1, and then it's the X and Y. So that's. The pattern, this is 1 layer. So that's the layer. And then 1 will be one of these rows. So that will be row. So instead of X, I can do row, pattern dot length. Well, pattern dot get length of int dimension zero based dimension of the array 0 row plus plus for column is less than get length and column plus plus if okay, so the problem is the pattern there is no column. Because it's a string, right? So the string, the final value is the actual string of that. Oh, wrong window. It's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. So the layer and then the row. Layer and row. So pattern, this is what I want. This is the entire row. Now, can I count? Let's just, I haven't memorized the string type. Like there's a lot of things you can do with string, so I haven't memorized it, but let's do output vox plus equals current recipe dot pattern of layer of row, which should be a string, dot count chars count of pound that. Let's just juggle. Let's juggle C# count char. Inevitably, you go to Stack Overflow. Oh my god, really? Regex? You're gonna use, oh my god, people. Link? Don't use link. God, no. Count the number of I don't want to count the number of characters. Counting occurrences of char within a string. Disagree. Using link? No, I don't want to use link. Not a for each. For loop? No. Index of? No. Split? No. Replace? No. How is it I search for that and none of my answers actually have that in there? Oh, it's because it added a space in there. All these people do for each loop. Well, we'll see. I'm super curious. Like, count characters. You know, I doubt DN Spy would like string util. Oh. Oh, it's just a for loop? What? No. Analyze. Used by. Literally. Count characters. String util. Interesting. So I guess that is a vintage story thing. No wonder none of my no wonder in my Google search. I thought it was a base .NET thing. That's funny. Output box plus equals the number of hashtags or pound signs or whatever you want to call that in the line, which should give me an accurate representation of how many voxels are in here. Okay. Layer, row, boom. Now, I can come up here and go int voxels equals count clay voxels. Recipe max power needed. I need to load the value into this function, or into this machine from JSON. So public int recipe power per voxel. Because if we look at open LV CNC, power cost per input is my value. Mapped to recipe power cost per input. From JSON. So we go to initialize. And we power row recipe power per voxel equals base.block.attributes .get of power cost per input. Power cost per input as int 0 is the base. If, well, yeah, I don't want it to be 0 because 0 tends to be bad. Because then you might run across like divide by 0 errors, and that would be bad. So you want to try to avoid 0 there. So baseline of 1 per input. If it doesn't exist. The default value is only there if it doesn't exist. So this should load in that value. And it'll do so on the client and the server. only the server will really use it actively, but the client has it as well, just for reasons. So we have this voxels power needed voxels times equals recipe power per voxel. So that sets how much power we need to make this thing. And then the clay is voxels divided by 25. And that will need to be rounded. Math.round. Call is ambiguous between math round decimal and math round double. I guess I don't need to do that. Let's just do int. I don't know if it goes up or down, what the right call is there, but it will divide it. So I guess let's go in there and do this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why is this throwing an error? It's throwing an error every time I load in. Like, program slot.item stack. How is this a problem? Inventory of 1. What? I exited gracefully last time. Why is this not saving? It saves the block ID. Oh my God. I'm not understanding what the problem is here. I'm going to test give block croc raw east. I'm going to put it in here. Let's see how many voxels there are in there. Pattern of 7. What is going on here? Array does not have that many dimensions. String of current recipe of pattern Array does not have that many dimensions. Doesn't have one dimensions. How is this string array? This is what I'm seeing here. Pattern string 7 and 0. But the first element is a string of 5. So it's saying there's no elements in there. Jesus. Fine. You know? Fine. I'm trying to be elegant, trying to be nice with it. Oh, I honestly thought I'd be done with this by now, but Jesus, this is such a bizarre set of problems I'm having with this, especially when I load in the game and it's the thing is not saving right. I don't know what's going on there, but for some reason the rows are blank. They're there, but they're blank. So instead of this get length, pattern of layer dot length. Okay. No, there's not. Yeah. This is another problem I have with Visual Studio, and I don't know how to fix it. Visual Studio has not let go of the DLL yet. For some reason, the DLL is still in memory, so I literally have to exit Visual Studio and then reload it. Sometimes when it crashes, it does that. I have to exit Visual Studio and reload it in order for it to let go of that DLL file.
Very possessive.
Yeah, it's weird. I hit stop debugging, so it should have stopped debugging and unloaded everything, but it's still attached to that DLL file, and it's like, no, just let it go. Yeah, I need to figure out what's going on with that. Let's... Hopefully that resets some of these spaces. Yeah, I'm chewing through a lot of fuel just resetting these constantly. Give, block, croc, raw, east. God, how many times have I typed that in? I've got to memorize. It's been so much. There. Voxels. F5. Current recipe. Quantity layers. I don't have 16 layers to this. Why are these so bad? There should be 7 layers. Quantity layers is the number of maximum layers. Stop current recipe dot pattern dot length. And we're going to go through this whole rigmarole. This is what takes the most time when I debug, is just shitty little errors like this. Like, quantity layers should be the number of layers that you have. Why is that the maximum number of layers? And we have this again and this again. Because remember, it does not... When I stop debugging, it does not save anything to disk. So this is why when I have it actually work, I try to, let's just not put in, let's not put power in right now. Let's just go with it. Slash give block croc raw east and in. And F5 pattern.length is 7. Hey, that works. Pattern of layer of length is 5. Hey, that works too. Can I run to this without crashing? Run to cursor. Without doing that. Let's go run to cursor. 99 voxels in a croc. I bet you that wasn't on your bingo card.
Oddly enough, it was.
99 voxels. So it's one less than needing four clay per croc. For some reason, this didn't trigger. But let me put a breakpoint on SimTick. It should immediately hit. What? Is sleeping true? There is no way that should be set to is sleeping. What? Current recipe is null again. API server. We're running into a very similar problem than we had before. There's a croc in there, and for some reason the server does not think it's crafting, even though the HUD text up above shows that it is. This is so weird. I knew when I tried to stream this process. I've literally added all of the machines in the game And I've gotten so fast at it that the last machine I added took me an hour and a half, and it was in, done, recipe, everything working fine. We've been going almost 6 hours, and I am at a loss for why it's taken so long to get this done. It has never taken this long to implement a machine before. I've never had these problems. State change. You can see up on top, right? On, power per second, and then crafting. This even says that it's machine power low means it's trying to craft. Oh, will my character please stop stretching? Jesus Christ. All right, one of the things I'm going to do with that setting there, I'm going to gracefully exit. Let everything save. Oh, my back. This chair is just so bad. It just kills my back. I have no lumbar support with this chair. And I don't have $600 for another chair, by the way. Just so you all know. People out there are like, just get a new chair. It's like, yeah, well, nice computer chairs are, you know, in excess of $500 a piece now. Even cheap ones. I don't understand. I don't know why that's there. Yeah, it shouldn't matter that I don't have any validation here on the stacks. It just shouldn't matter. It should be reporting. It should be trying to craft the thing. It shouldn't be making any progress towards it, obviously. Well, in this case, it would. It would actually make progress towards it. So that might be one thing that's problematic. Yeah, is crafting? Count clay voxels. I don't need to verify that anymore. That's working. This item stack. I want to see. I want to see if this crashes again. Because that would be a major, major bug with inventory saving. Because the inventory stuff, that's like base game, saving the inventory. What is going on? Inventory ID. Well, that's a problem. I'm at a loss. I have no idea what's causing that. When I exited the game, the croc was in that slot. Inventory should have saved it. It's a block. There's no mystery behind this. It should have saved that. So when it loads it back, why the block entity becomes corrupted? I don't know. The block ID in that item stack is there. 503 or whatever it was. But it wasn't mapped to anything. I don't understand how that's even possible. Because it's initializing things from tree attributes. Here's the inventory. Tree.get tree attribute inventory. This is the inventory. This saves the inventory. This loads the inventory. It's literally base game stuff here. Let me look. The base. Block entity open. Yeah, that's abstract. This is not loading or saving anything. Never had this problem before. The base just saves all the electric power connection stuff. That's what the base block entity does. So the inventory is saved here. There's no literally every single one of my machines uses this system and it works every time. Why is it having problems loading this block entity? There's no reason for it. Inventory, CNC. Let's look at the inventory. Yep. Again, this is all base game stuff. From tree attributes to tree attributes. You know what I think it is? I think it's calling this function so early, everything's not loaded all the way yet. Which is why the mapping for that is not set. It has the block ID, but it doesn't have the code because it's not mapped. If I look at, let's say, the log splitter, find matching recipe right here. Because it's called, remember, it's called when it initializes. And it initializes stuff extremely early on. Way, like before everything is all loaded. It's so you have to really you have to know at what stage in the game that you are loading things. And so it's loading and running this function way too early. So we come in here. There we go. Now it's seeing, hey, we want to craft. Machine power low. This means it wants to craft. It's detecting that it wants to craft. It's not able to craft. So it has no input. And it has no power. Let's just verify. Okay, there we go. Although the animation stopped, which concerns me. Although that might be because it's set to play just once and then stop. Okay. So now at least that fixed that problem. Yeah, oh man, that was driving me crazy. Now connect that. Now it wants to craft, but it has no input. So, we need to detect in the GUI whether or not we have input and whether it's valid. This would be where the paused the paused state would come in handy. So the paused state would be either it's out of power or it has no valid input. But we already have a valid input check or a valid recipe. It's not a valid recipe. This would be wrong. Valid recipe. It would be we have a recipe. Current power. So that would be low power. Yeah, this is where I hate the white space right there. We have to check the input. How do we validate the input? How do we want to validate the input? Let's gracefully exit. So everything is good. There we go. So yeah, the API check is there because if API is null, That means the system hasn't even been initialized yet, so we don't even want to bother doing any checks at all because it's way too early. And there's got to be a myriad of fixes for that, but it is what it is. We need to validate public bool validate input. So count clay voxels returns number of clay voxels needed to craft the current clay item. Int clay count voxel count. Validate input. Check current recipe input against input slot contents. Returns true if valid. I'm not going to check the count. That's an easy check. Easy check. I'm not going to check the count. I want to check the valid input. Okay. Unfortunately, it also means I need to do this again. I have to grab that. Okay. Clay forming recipes, blah, 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 blah. Now I need, if, I just want to not look at that right now, if cf.ingredient, which is a crafting recipe ingredient, dot resolved. Or crafting recipe ingredient satisfies as ingredient. This is tricky. Because remember, there can be multiple variants of recipes. And this will iterate through all the recipes to directly match clay to crafted item. So this should be able to match both blue and fire clay to the crock because both of those recipes should exist. But as we already saw, the list of clay recipes, there's not wildcards in them. It duplicates the recipes. I would have to iterate through probably a separate list, and I don't want to iterate through the asset list. I want to iterate through the resolved list. Satisfies as ingredient. Checks whether or not the input satisfies as an ingredient for the recipe. I've always get the order of operations. Do I do this and then pass in input stack and true? Let's see how it's used in the base game. If it's used. Sometimes these things don't even get used by anything. Yeah, where r.ingredient satisfies ingredient of ingredient. Okay, that is a weird. I don't like trying to find literally link code in here. Jesus. From R, where art ingredient. Oh my god. Okay, that's too weird. Yeah, look at satisfies as ingredient. R is the recipe dot ingredient. I do have the order of operations right. You do the ingredient first, and then you check the stack. Validate input. If input slot dot empty, return false. Obviously, if the input slot is empty, we're not going to validate it. Because the input stack looks at input slot, and I don't want, if I didn't do this, and this was empty, this would crash. So you want to do a sanity check first. So satisfies that ingredient. This line will make sure there's something in the input stack. And this should, I don't need any of this code. That satisfies as ingredient input stack. Return true. Else return false. If we get all the way through this and we don't hit it, then it's not valid. Okay. I'm actually going to false this. The stack size is irrelevant. So I don't even need, because, well, what's that default to? Check stack size. Oh, default's true. No, I don't want to check the stack size because that's not given in the recipe. Right? There's no stack size indication here. So it'd be very, very bad if we tried to check that. So if we come up to if we go to the set thing, if not validate input, stop with that. Return. So that'll validate the input. If input stack input slot dot empty, if not input slot dot empty, and input stack dot stack size is greater than or equal to recipe clay needed. Or to switch this, if input slot dot empty. I've already got that up here. Okay, I don't need that. I don't need that again. Right? I don't need it again. If the input slot is empty, return. If input stack size is greater than or equal to recipe clay needed, or to put another way, less than recipe clay needed, return. Rather than ensuring I continue through the path, I'm bouncing out. I'm adding conditions where I'm bouncing out of crafting because I don't want it to apply recipe power if I'm invalid. So these are all going to bounce you out of the crafting process. So validate input. Now for the GUI, it says crafting blah. Or if current power is low, it's gonna tell you that. If not valid, be test machine dot validate input output help text equals lang dot get. Do we have a localized string that could tell us recipe ingredients needed? How about that? That looks like a good error message to give. Boom. If it's not a valid input, recipe ingredients needed. GUI machine ingredients. If they're not enough, if it's not enough ingredients, God, I don't want a separate string that's like I don't think I have a valid error message for that. People are just going to have, like, one of the things I've mentioned before is I can only hold your hand so much. When you're playing a game like this, the more I dumb it down, the more work I do for every possible little iteration, it's just that much more work. It's just that much more stuff I have to track. If you put something in here and you see the error and you put one clay in there and the error doesn't go away, put a stack of clay in there and see what happens. Like, there are very basic debugging or troubleshooting things that you can do before you come to me and be like, oh, this machine doesn't work. It's like, no, it does work. Put more ingredients in. Try that for a change. Play with it a little bit. I can't have an error for every iteration of error. I just can't. It's just too many thousands of iterations through that. All right, so I don't need this anymore, so I can get rid of that code because now I just do the get name, and that just gets me the name. That's fine. Current power. It will craft, but if it's less than 10 power, it'll constantly be telling you like, hey, low power, low power, low power. And then I don't think, yeah, the valid recipe, that that is a valid thing if current recipe is null, which means there's nothing in the slot. Inventory 1.empty. That was a oversight. Ingredients. No room. And the program slot. Okay, I think this is essentially ready to test. I just want to I'm gonna debug the validate input once, just to make sure. Clay, what is the code for clay? Well, let's go to fire clay. Item, okay, clay dash fire. Obvious. So give item clay dash fire 30. This should not be sleeping. Why is this sleeping? We did find it. Although, I'm worried. Oh, I bet you 100 million smackolas that the output. Yeah. That's the raw anvil. Because that was a boo-boo. So okay. I don't want to reset if the input slot is empty. I think that's what was happening. Yeah, I think I think I just need to get rid of this code. I think that's been bothering. They've been causing some problems. And then just doing this. Because that is crafting is such an old carryover from the original, from a year ago when I started this mod. Okay, so here's the problem. If anybody didn't pick up on that, I'm validating the input, but I'm not validating against the actual recipe that we have. So, if current recipe equals null, return false. I don't need to iterate. I don't think I need to iterate through all the recipes, but I mean, I need to. Oh man, yeah. This is the problem. Is the recipe that I set that I find, if multiple types of clay are possible, it's only gonna settle on one type of clay. Because if I do this and hit F5, when I land on that clay forming recipe, when it finds it, it's only going to be one type of clay. It's not going to be a wild card. If we look, the CF, this is the actual recipe that we matched. You can see the ingredient. Is not a wild card. But if I were to look at all in clay recipes, nice, 69. God, your guess is as good as mine as to what number this is. How many iterations we have run through this to find the crock? Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and run through all of these. But that's the problem. Is this is going to only want blue clay. That's it. It's only going to want blue clay. Now, something like bricklayers is actually good in this instance because it will separate this out. There's a difference between blue clay and fire clay. So right now, what I'm thinking is I don't care. Whatever recipe it matches, that's what we're going to validate against. I'm not in a mood to actually do this. If current recipe dot ingredient dot satisfies input stack false. Return true. That's it. Input slot obviously has to have something. Current recipe can't be null. And the ingredient satisfies is the ingredient stack. That's it. That's what I'm looking for. Give me what I want. Now, in the GUI, I could do a little bit here, and I could print out what I want. Right? Rather than print out a generic error, recipe ingredients needed, I could print out recipe. Do I have like needed or required? What would be the better? Needed. Word need needed. This is why I tell people don't do anything with localization quite yet, because I'm constantly adding little bits and pieces here and there. Because I'm trying to block everything off and keep everything like machines up here, intermediates down here, GUI stuff on the bottom, like all the GUI words and stuff. Like, so this needed, rather than have just, hey, I need things, I can print out GUI word needed, and then I can add current recipe dot ingredient dot get, well, dot resolved item stack dot get name plus a space plus that. So this would tell me current recipe ingredient resolved item stack dot get name, which would be like blue clay needed. Then I could even put in b test machine dot recipe clay needed plus another space plus that. There's a better way to do that, but this should do. So this will print out 5 fire clay needed. Or at least it should. Let's see. Let's see if it implodes and causes a singularity that puts me out of my misery. Boom. 19 blue clay needed. How about that? It actually tells you stuff. So fire clay, wink, is like, no, 19 blue clay needed, so it's not valid. So let's do give item clay dash blue 30, 20, 30, whatever. Wink. That's not good. How did that do that double? It's like a phantom. It's not, they weren't really there, but they weren't really there. Like, well, I don't understand how that happened. So other than a little bitty with the output, it actually worked. And then I want to do this if validate input. So if it's not validated, or damn. I can't check the stack size because it's not guaranteed that there's something going to be in there. If not validate input, or be test machine dot input pretty sure the slot access is private, which is why I can't access it over here. Inventory I could, but like input stack, right? Yeah. For now, I'm gonna leave that. I'm not gonna mess with that anymore. It is what it is. But for some reason, the output. Let's go look at that really quick, and then we're gonna call it a day. What could possibly recipe output, item stack, has room in output, item stack equals output stack, break. Again, that is why one item is a phantom, because I'm setting both items, both slots to this stack, which is essentially the same stack. So when I try to take one and put it in the other, it's the same stack, which is why it's kind of going, where is he? Okay. So breaking that will break this out, and it won't, because if I dump it all into there, that's fine. It all goes in that one. And then the other one, it did the same thing when they both had one in there. Although it might have been a phantom, so one equals do continue. F left none. Break. Inventory I dot mark dirty. When I break, it doesn't mark it dirty. That's one of the problems. Need to mark it dirty right away. Anytime you change something, you want to mark it dirty. Try merge stacks. This will cascade down. Cap left is greater than... Nope, this has also got to be marked dirty and break. Because the cap, I can fill it up completely. Cap left is greater than... So the cap left... when we're in this block, that means we have a fractional amount that we can move. When it comes to clay stuff, that's not a big deal because you make one at a time, so it's not a big problem. But when we get to other things, this kind of math is going to be kind of crazy. So we're going to merge that. Stack size to spawn. If this is true, which means we're in the first slot, then we can skip to the second slot and do this all over again, but with a reduced output stack size. So it should just follow the procedure to the next slot and do the exact same thing. And if we get all the way to the end, we shouldn't really technically ever do this, but there are edge cases. It is possible. If we get all the way through here and we still can't spawn it, then spawn it out and break it. So yeah, now this is not reachable. And this just ensures we check both slots before we spawn it. And then this takes out the clay needed. Rerun the recipe. Do all of that. There. I think that was a long and arduous process. I don't know why my brain, it's part of streaming. The two fundamental tenets that I've discovered is this line here. That's one of them that I forgot. And I probably, if I look in the metal press and I look in find matching recipes, I probably have, yeah, there's the line right there. But I deleted all of that, right? That's why my brain was just fritzing out, because the line was there, it just wasn't at the top. So that was one major problem. Was I was missing that line. And part of it is because it's the metal press and it's just got older code. And the other major one was this, the clone. That was the other problem. And if I would have realized that, because if we go down to find matching recipe, I don't actually do that here, and that might be a problem. Interesting. Clone. That was weird. Why is the metal press working? And it's just the consistency is just not there. I think maybe because I have a lot of these question marks in here, which means it's nullable, which means it's instantiating a copy of it when it exists. Probably one of the reasons for that. Because none of my other machines are doing it, but none of my other machines pull vanilla recipes. This is the first machine that pulls vanilla recipes, right? It's the first one that iterates through all the vanilla recipes. So probably why that was a problem. So yeah, the thing is actually working now. I think 19 clay might be too much for one crock. We are going to check something. Current recipe is fine. Int voxels should be 99. Okay, voxels times this should be about 500 power. Sounds like a lot for a crock. Voxels divided by 25. Now I'm curious. And of course, I'm going to have to check. 90, is this 99? That's 9. This is 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16, 32. That's 64. Yeah. 99 voxels. But the problem is I'm not counting the the first voxel gives you more. I'm really curious to know if you made one crock, how much clay do you go through? So I have 30 fire clay. Rock. You can see the very first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the first one gives you 64 voxels. It's really hard to see. There we go. I used 2. Two clay to make that. Why is this thing requiring 25 clay? Or no, 19 clay. The recipe doesn't change. The pattern doesn't change. Kind of curious now what Quentin did. He does the same thing. Num divided by 25. Voxels. Dot voxels. But from what I saw of the voxels, I mean, that would give you the same. It gives you the same thing. It gives you the same pattern. I think 19 clay is too much for a crock. If it was closer to the amount it is when you do it manually, I wouldn't have a problem. But the fact, like, begin use over. If the numbers were closer together, I wouldn't mind. But the difference between costing 2 clay and costing 19 clay is a little bit much. So how am I so off? How am I so off on that? Put clay. Let's look at this. See, available voxels plus equals 25. This is what happens. Create initial work item. This is the 8, 4 to 12, 4 to 12. This is the 8. This is the 64. When you pick up clay, when you cancel it, are you getting that back? Am I getting... Because the base was 4, and I put 64 down. So do I get 60 clay back, and then spend all of that, and then another clay gets used?
When you're clay forming?
Yeah, because
Yeah. When you're putting it down, any of them that you pick up goes into the pool. You can see that at the top.
Okay, so that means the math, that changes the math. So knowing that the initial splat, right, is 64 voxels, that means we have 64 voxels to start with. So I can take the number of voxels minus 64 and then divide that by 25, which gives you how many more you need. And there's probably a really elegant way of doing this. But my brain is kind of scrambled. Recipe clay needed. What happens if the number of voxels doesn't exceed 64? If voxels is less than 64, voxels equal 25. Okay. So, like the bowl, I would imagine the bowl is very few voxels. Maybe it's 4 plus.
Yeah,
Like,
it's one of the simplest ones.
It's tiny.
If you make 4 of them all at once, you know how it places a big block of it, and you actually have to go in between the bowls and pick all that up. The amount you get from picking that stuff up is almost enough to make all 4 bowls.
Right. So, because this is mechanized and because we've never had a problem finding clay, I'm not really worried about it having a minimum cost of 1, right? 1 clay to 1 item. So, a bowl at a minimum would cost 1 clay, which is fine by me. So, if the number of voxels is less than 64, then I set the voxel equal to 25. Because that would make the recipe clay needed equal to 1. 25 divided by 25 equals 1. Boom. Recipe clay needed equals 1. Now, if I do, in the case of like in the case of the crock, if I take the voxels minus 64, Or wait. 64, 25, 50. It's essentially 2.5 clays worth of voxels. But still, it doesn't. The math there doesn't make sense either. The math just doesn't turn out at all when it comes to the number of voxels and the amount of clay that you use with how that is done. Voxels divided by 25 should be like 4. Why was it taking 19? Should have been less than 4. I don't understand why recipe clay needed was so high. Oh!
Yeah, I think I walked in shortly after you had started that, so I'm not sure.
That's why. I'm an idiot. That's why.
Oh, well, there you go.
I did recipe power needed equals voxels times equals recipe power per voxel. So I was multiplying voxels by 5. That's what I was doing. Okay, so recipe power needed equals voxels times recipe per voxel. So at a minimum, voxels would be 25. Voxels is less than 64. Voxels equals 25. Okay, there's another way to do this that my brain is not doing it. Voxels less than 64. Voxels equals 25. Which means 5 times 25, the base minimum amount for like a bowl, to make a bowl would be 25 times 5 power. 25 times 5 is 125. 125 power and 1 clay. I think that's fine. It's fast. It would be extremely fast making bowls.
Yeah.
125 power is literally 2 seconds.
Nice.
Now, if voxels is greater than 64, even if it was 99 divided by 25, this is why the value was so off, should be about 4. And then what I should do is I should subtract a little bit off of those voxels. But that would throw this value off. How many voxels is a bowl? Let's look. Bowl looks like it is a 5x5 bowl raw. Yeah. That is 5x5. That's 25. And that's 5, 10, 16.
I've got a number in mind, but I'll wait till you're
25 and 16. That's how many voxels it is for a bowl.
Yeah, so 41.
41 voxels. So the math there would be voxels 41 divided by 25, which would be 1 point something. So I don't think I need this at all. I just think this is fine because it's going to round down, or at least it should round down. Let's actually see what it does. Now that I've got the error fixed, that was the times equals in there. That was stupid. Okay. Current recipe is there. 10 voxels should be 99. Power needed is 495. Clay needed now should be voxels divided by that, which is 3. So rather than taking 2, doing it manually, it takes 3. Is that acceptable?
I think we can deal with that.
I think it's good. Let's actually give item clay blue 40. And then do this. And then I want a
That
single
might be
bowl.
the kind of thing you want to make a mental note on. Because thinking about it, it should actually be more efficient. But I think you can get away with it just because, like you said, for how late into the tech tree vintage engineering is. Clay is nothing.
Three blue clay needed. Take this out. This in there. Put this in there. Voxels, 41. Power needed, 205. Recipe clay, 1. One blue clay needed. God damn it. And there it is. And we fixed the duplication. So the last sanity check that I want to do is let's see. Recipe clay needed equals math.floor. No. Returns the largest integral value less than or equal to the specified. What am I thinking of? I want a minimum of 1.
I do math.floor +1.
But that'll always add 1. I want. Oh, there it is. Max or min.
Min. Yeah, okay.
Min.
And then yeah, you just
Returns the smaller of the two. Smaller of the two. I may want max. Dot max. So it returns the larger. So 1, comma, recipe clay needed. There we go. I knew it was in there somewhere. My brain just had to do it. So I want a minimum. It's math.max, but I want a minimum of 1, a maximum of whatever this value is. So if voxels divided by 25 rounds to 0, I don't want the 0 in there because it would just sit and infinitely craft clay stuff, even if there was nothing in there, right? So you want it to have something, a minimum of that, which is max, which will return the larger of the two. Okay. And there should always be recipe power cost. I mean, I would not imagine there's any clay forming recipe out there that is 0 voxels. So if there is, it's on them for breaking the game, because I'm sure it would break a lot more than my mod if there was a null It would essentially be a null clay forming recipe. Well, there we go. I think that is good to go. Yeah. We have a clay former. How about that? It only took way longer than I thought it was going to, but at least you guys were along for the ride and you saw how it was done. Fun times. Yeah, not looking forward to that other mode, by the way, with the programmable thing. That's going to be... that's going to be tough. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more engagement today. People seeing, asking questions how to do certain things, but maybe down the road that'll happen. The more I do of these, the more reliable I think that people can rely that I'm going to actually do it. Like maybe people will turn up and start asking, like, "Hey, I'm working on this," or "I'm working on that." But big thanks to Os for just keeping me company today. Asking me questions or putting his 2 cents in. It does help. And for everybody to come by and see this before or after, whatever. It is what it is. I want to just develop on stream here, so show the process. But that's going to do it for today. Come back on Saturday where we're going to continue our Dyson Sphere multiplayer game. Looking forward to that. And until then, have a good rest of the week, everybody.